Welcome back, those of you who have been here before, all those many moons ago. Welcome to those of you who are new to the stream. A little bit of history. COVID happened, I got very bored. We decided to stream Final Fantasy content for... How long did I do it for? Was it 2 years? A year? A year and a half? Something like that. Woke up 2 AM for this. Bless. Good morning, Richie. Yeah, I was, it's always, every time I went live in the past, it was a bit difficult for my Australian friends. Hopefully it's all right for everybody else. The ancient magic. Alright, well, we got Show Me 25, so I think we're fine to get started, and those who are going to catch up late, well, they're not going to miss anything with this first card, I'll tell you that much, but yeah, this VOD, I'm recording it, and the VOD will be on Twitch, and I'll probably upload the video to YouTube with a few cuts once we get past this introductory phase, if anyone wants to, because this is going to go on for a while, as I'm live streaming. I don't feel bad at all about blathering on. And yeah, the main reason I'm doing this, as you may or not be aware, is that I care a lot about your guys' opinions. Normally I do these first impression reviews, if you've seen them before. Normally they're written form, and they're entirely my own opinion. I go in as blind as I possibly can normally, and try and judge each card as it comes. And if a card has a particular like synergy that seems... well, it seems like it's going to have synergy with something, I try and like look through the other cards. So we've got the Materia Hunter page up ready. I'm going to keep on the card browser because the text is nice and visible. It's got all the little statistics there, so it's a little bit easier for viewing, I think. And then if we need to search something up, of course, we'll go to Materia Hunter, do the relevant stuff, and then we're going to keep a little note here. I'm going to put in each card, apart from this Ifrit, because we don't need to rate this guy. And we'll do a little number rating, 1 to 5 as we normally do, and then for each element and so on we'll do a count up, try and gauge where that element is at based on our opinion. This is our stream. This is a communist stream. Yeah, it's going to be our opinion, mainly mine. Look, I'm still like, you know, I'm like, it's like a dictator-led communist state, my Twitch chat, you know what I mean? So yeah, thank you very much for the Prime sub, Zaim. Good to see you. Thanks for setting the alarm to be here. Is this the first time we get a reprint of something that isn't a standard unit backup? No, actually, the first reprints were the summons from Opus 1 that got reprinted in Opus 7, Opus 8, one of those ones. You got 7-drop Odin got reprinted, Brynhilda got reprinted, a few other ones, and then you most notably had Exdeath reprinted in the set that had the new wave of mannequins, and I think that was Opus, what was that, like Opus 12 or something like that, many moons ago. Opus 13? Yeah, I think it was Opus 13. If you wondering why they did it for it, it's because I do believe there's a Clive in the set that needs something to prime into. They do generally try and do this where possible, because it helps for newer players picking up a pack for the first time. Oh yeah, I want to get an Ifrit to prime into, and there's no Ifrit in the pack, but it's also good for drafting and limited purposes. Now I'm trying to think what I should do myself. Like I should pop out the chat, because I'm going to keep like turning my head. I've got 2 monitors now, which I did not have last time we were streaming. Hello Verzi, nice to see you, bro. Pop out chat, and I can stick this here so I don't keep turning my head and I can see you all. Right, so anyway, yeah, we're going to do ratings 1 to 5, and then if a card seems particularly special, we give it a 6. If a card seems particularly dreadful, we give it a 0. And it's pretty simple as that. I'm going to go through each card. I'm going to start, I think, giving everyone about 10 minutes to get in here. So, yeah, fantastic. I don't need to turn here anymore. You guys will let me know if there's anything wrong. Hopefully the music in the background's not too loud. I normally just keep a little bit on to stop, feel like I'm talking to an empty room. Yeah. Anyway, let's do it. So yeah, Ifrit reprint. Don't need to worry about him. First card, Wall. So we had this one, community spoiler, a few days ago, and this is one of 4 Walls in the set, I believe. There might be more, actually, I don't know. I know there's at least 4 because it's Wall and it's a warrior, the main warrior of light. So Earth, Fire, Water, Wind. This is the Fire one. He happens to be Job Samurai as well, so semi-relevant Job. Given that samurais haven't been very relevant in a long time, that's why I say semi-relevant. Brave, 9k, 5 drop. Pay 1 crystal, play 1 fire forward, cost 4 or less from your hand on the field. You can use this ability during your turn only once per turn. So it's a rare, it's not a hero or legend, it doesn't have the benefit of being able to be used to flash in at any time, but it is. It doesn't like specify during your main phase. Not that many cards do these days. I think ones did in the past, but yeah, nowadays you can sort of flash in stuff in combat to do combat tricks with. It's going to be one of the main uses of the card if it sees play. What we're going to do is, instead of just looking at the fire cards, because there's a lot of obviously 4 or less. It's 4 or less, right? Yeah, fire forwards have cost 4 or less. We're going to go here. We're going to go element, and we're going to see. We want to cost. We'll just go. Well, yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1. But we're going to do multi only and see where that finds us. Because multi is the reason you would like the ceiling on this card would be higher, right? Why not 3 mana to steal that one in the back? You mean the television? So we've got quite a few interesting ones to go on. I realise this isn't going to stick. Can I stick this to the? Can I stick it so it doesn't move? This little chat pop out. I'm still not very good at this. What have I done now? I've ruined it. Let's try that again. Because I realise every time I click on the page, chat's going to disappear. So, right. LB doesn't matter. Varn. So Varn, if we played this off wall, we'd be able to use it to activate all backups. That's kind of cute. You can play wall off, 3, 5 backups. Play this guy for 1 crystal. So you played a 5 drop and a 4 drop. You basically played 2 just big bodies for the crystal and the cards in your hand. Zidane, of course, just because Zidane costs 2 doesn't mean that's not a card we want to bring in with a card like Wall. It's quite interesting for like mono fire. This card, you don't normally generate crystals in mono fire, but maybe someone wants to go down a line where there's some mild crystal generation. You want to stick in maybe the 2 CP crystal backups, or you want to stick in one of the samurai is the backup that actually draws a card. If you ever want to put any samurai synergy in a mono fire deck, I'm not sure if that would look that good, but a lot of mono fire decks play this card whether they're playing it to mill or they're just playing it as a disruption mechanism. And they play Edgar, they play Phoenix to bring it back, Montleonis from the LB. So having another way to play it if you're going to play a card like Wall anyway, great. Anima, obviously not a good enough card on its own, certainly not good enough with Wall. Ishtola's okay. If you're going to fit Ishtola in, this would maybe go into like, if you're playing in a Megisa deck, for example. I think only one person in the world still plays that. If you drag the chat box to the far left and hold it, it will let you do a side-to-side window. That might help me. Yes. Hold on. Yes! You're a genius. Smart man. Does it still look good for you guys, though? Hold on, let me see. Oh, it just looks like there's a blank screen to the right. Is that good? Resize the chat a bit. Just make the chat smaller. Put my head on the blank part. That's smart. Or should I just move this? Can I just move this to the right? What have I done now? I've ruined it. Right. Streamlabs. Move my head. Where is my head? There's my head. Put that here. It might be bigger. Fantastic. Whoa, look at that. Gonna look like Mega Mind in a minute. Right, how's that look on the screen? Does that look stupid? Is that good? Are you still gonna wait? You're gonna be able to see this. Oh, you are. It kind of condenses it quite nicely, right? Whoa, what's going on here? Don't be scared. Okay, right. That works, right? Sweet. All right. Right, back to where we were. Sorry, and then I can I make this bigger for my own purposes? It only looks like that. It looks completely different on my screen. That's fine. As long as it looks fine for you guys. Yeah. Okay, so we talked about Ishtola there, Magisa, and then of course, yeah, the other Warrior of Light, the big guy, of course. People are always looking for ways to play him for free. Interesting thing to be playing. There's not really going to be that much need for it in a lot of lists. Again, Magisa has played this, but can play this in the past because it provides multiple different types of CP. I don't know what mono fire builds are really looking to play this. Mon already gives back the forward it plays from the break zone haste, so the haste is not that relevant. So I feel like you're going through these extra steps to get Wall on the field without drawing a card and without untapping your backups, which doesn't seem great. It just gives you access to small LB. What do we think about it playing? What do we think about Wall playing Wall? I can make the chat smaller. Yeah, how do I do that though? It's small on my screen. It's not. I can see on the Twitch. It's not small though. Like I can make it really small. You can flash this Wall 4 in a Magisa deck to ping Magisa. So we got crystals, Magisa, Wall 5, Wall 4. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know if we got room for that. Yeah, I would have thought that as well, but it doesn't. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the. We've gone through one card already. It's been how many? It's been 20 minutes. Fantastic. One card. So we know we're going to be here for about 6 weeks. Right. So other options are going to be Zande, which doesn't really matter too much either. Bosch, again, bit fringe. Don't think we're playing Jekt off it. Arden, nah. Barrett? Probably not. I know there's a bunch of FF7 support in this set, but I don't think it's very Avalanche related. And oh, sorry, Celtius was the one that always sort of jumps into my head first. Specifically, if you want to play Celtius in mono fire, Celtius is a generous card. It doesn't have to be a mix of fire and ice forwards. It can just be removing five fire forwards from the game to get that effect. Maybe flip up a 5 CP Cloud or a Zac or see the 5 shots I play, Zande, Tyvas, obviously, quite interesting. Could be a card you can play alongside if you're trying to play in like fire ice crystals with the remnants. I know some people were messing around with that this set. Only issues with the 3 CPs you want to play a type. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking specifically on the 4 CPs. I mean, you got Gawain, but yeah, I mean, you can't add other Gawains, so you'd have to might as well have a full night deck at that point, right? So yeah, I feel like you're mainly using it to play Celtius, Wall 4, and Zidane, but you're not playing Wall 5 to play Zidane. You're playing it if you want to play Celtius and Wall. So in my opinion, this on the front, obviously we might see some more cards that we think, oh yeah, that would be really sick. I think mainly from a board presence point of view. Now I know there's so I've spoiled like 3 cards for myself because I couldn't resist. When I turned on the browser, I saw the Amano Cloud and I was like, oh, that looks sick. What does that do? And then I know what that does, and that brings out a dude. So you can play Wall to bring out this new Cloud to bring out another dude, and that's quite CP efficient if you got the crystals already. And a lot of FF7 stuff does generate crystals, at least from the last set. I don't know about in this set. This Wall is peak Garland technology. Is it? Isn't it just better to play Garland? It doesn't protect the Garland very much, you know. It doesn't help it out very much, I don't think. But Warrior of Light synergy, I don't know if that matters too much. It's got like decent jobs. It's got a fair cost to stat line. It's like it would be completely broken, I think, if it was 4 for 8. I think this is one of those cards that would just like with 1 CP cheaper, it would be so convenient. But it's like you're investing 5 to play a 4-drop for a crystal. Whatever CP value we assign the crystal, it's still at first going to be basically a 1-mana 9k that your opponent's like, obviously they want to kill if you have more crystals, but you need to keep up with the crystals there as well. So it kind of wants to be in a crystal focused deck, or it wants to be cheating out stuff your deck can't play normally. So for me, I think, like, again, it's first impressions. It doesn't have to be correct, groundbreaking. I'm not going to write down the set code for this time. We're going to do Wall as a 3. If anyone disagrees with Wall as a 3, Let me know if you think it's a 1, if you think it's a 5. This is what it's about. I'm curious to hear thoughts and opinions. Obviously, I'm going to keep rambling, so go ahead in the Twitch chat, tell me what you're thinking. And yeah, if you have any other questions as well, it's been a long time since I've streamed. I'm keen. I've been actually very excited about doing this stream. I thought it was going to be tomorrow, but obviously the set came out today. I moved some plans around because I just really wanted to hang out with you guys. A good 5. I appreciate that. Is that because it says Job Warrior of Light? Maybe say Firewall to differentiate. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, you're right. I need to put like I normally do. Need to get, what am I going to do? Heading 2. It's going to work. Fire, and then I normally colour it in when I do my articles. I'll do that as well. Where's the colouring gone? It's gone. Anyone see it? Highlight colour. Is that what I'm doing? Oh, text colour. There you go. Fire. There we go. Fantastic. Wall 3. And a rating for the Ifrit reprint. Okay. Alright. Ifrit. 0. Safe. That card sucks. Anyway. Next card. Right. We got through one card in 20 minutes. Just like every time I do my written reviews, by the way, the first 10 fire cards, I'm there at in paragraphs. No matter how bulky it is, I'm like, oh my god. Let's think about everything this card can do. And I get to wind, and I'm like, okay, this sucks, this is good, this sucks, this is good, that kind of thing. Right, Chimera. So first of a monster line in this set that all do the same thing. When you're on 5 backups or more, they become guys with stats. This one's cheap for the stat line, 3 for 8. When he enters the field, he does 7k. So he's basically costed on the baseline of cost to damage ratio, right? We think of Opus 1, Brynhilda, as the 3 for 7k kind of baseline, which is bad now in today's world. So obviously we're thinking about him coming in as an 8,000 power forward, but that requires 5 backups. So in my head, this is one we don't really need to talk about. This card's probably just bad. I also don't like that we can't turn this guy on and off. So when you're on 5 backups, he's there. And also mono fire. It doesn't need to be mono fire, obviously, but I don't know where else you'd want to play this kind of card. In mono fire, a lot of the time you're going to play Mont on 5 backups and go down to 4 backups. So this guy's going to be there, ready to swing, and then you can play Mont, and you're going to lose your attacker because you need to play your other guys first because they have haste. So I think we all, do we all agree this card's garbage? The new Sopfo care about character, only redeeming quality. Bro, you just said Sopfo. Those cards suck, don't they? I don't know what the new ones do, to be fair. We can actually always go back as well. As I see more cards, if I'm like, oh my god, this card makes that card broken, I'll go back and change the rating. That's fine. Evasive ward with no EX enables neon. Oh wait, hold on, we have seen that. We have seen the neon before, right? Let me just skip ahead. This chick, right? Choose one for control category. That sucks. Alright, never mind. Yeah. This is a 1. Fantastic. Excellent. Chimera. 1. Unplayable. Probably move this over here because I don't need material that much. Next card. Anyone disagree? I want some. If you disagree, if you feel strongly about it, I want some fierce disagreement in the chat. I want some debate. I want you to call me an absolute loser if you think my opinion is wrong, and you feel strongly enough about it. I want to feel things on this stream. Who knows when we're going to be back? You know what I mean? Don't worry, King. I'll take a Stranger of Paradise full arts, yeah? I should do some polls for rating for good cards. Oh, I could do that. You're right. Look at the stream genius over here. How do I do that again? Streaming tools. Is that there? Crowd control. Well, that sounds deep. Settings. Nope. Content. Community. Nope. It's probably not under analytics, is it? Monetization. What's that? Ads. Yeah, don't worry about that. Settings. Viewer rewards. Alright, someone Google how to make me do a poll. Thank you. Clive! Common. Oh dear. Priming. For Ifrit, of course. 4 CP. 2 fire. When Clive or a category 16 forward enters your field, draw 1 card. Then place 1 card from your hand at the bottom of your deck. It was starting off so strong, didn't it? I was like, draw 1 card. I'll put one back. So we put a water card in fire. It's quite interesting. Well, I say a water card in fire. It's a bit like the lower rarity Joshua from a few sets ago, right? The one that you put is it an icon or a dominant on the bottom of your deck? You don't get a draw out of it, but this is just to exist to help you unbrick. I guess from a certain perspective, is this playable as a one? Or what do we think? I'm not a big priming man. I know some people in the chat have been known to make top cuts with priming. Obviously, we have a lot of good Clives. Generally, we want to play. I mean, generally, it's like 3 Ifrits, 6 Clives in the days when we were doing that for the S ability on Ifrit. Would we play one of this alongside the other ones just in case we like just brick? Like it's interesting to me, right? Because when it comes to when you're playing, I'm not really a guy that normally builds decks where I'm like I want to play 6 of that name, you know, because it's got an S ability or because it does whatever. But Clive's one of those cards people have done it in the past, and the other one doesn't really unbrick your situation. The 3-drop, the really good looking full art. Don't think it's better than the other two. Not playable. S fodder makes a stack and makes a stack and prime cost spouse. Good point. Makes a stack. I guess the other one makes a stack as well. The 3-drop. It's worse than a standard unit. Oh right, okay. It's 3 mana though. I'd rather a Joshua to put a card on the bottom than replace one of the other Clives. Okay. We will sooner play 1 copy of Opus 24 Joshua. Wow, that's a yeah. You guys think I'm a loser. Fair enough. Priming cost is also 7, right? The legend is priming cost 6, as in 3 plus 4 and what is it, 4 plus 2, and the other one costs. Was it one cost 5, right? So it also costs 6 because it's a 3 minus 2 for the draw plus 5. I think that's right, isn't it? So it's also actually just worse because the priming is more expensive. Yeah, the Clive is 8 with a draw, yeah, so 6 net, yeah. Okay, I am inclined to agree that because the priming cost is higher, that just makes it substantially worse. But if you're all wrong, then expect a knock on the door and an I told you so at your residence very soon. Next card, Cloud. All right, fantastic. So immediately, group chat obviously went nuts. The locals chat went nuts when they all like posting cards in the chat. Oh my god, what do you think of this card? What do you think of this card? They're all giving bulk opinions. My group chat, my locals, may be the worst locals on the planet, full of just absolute mongoloid Malboros. And one of them, we'll call him King Hobra for the sake of this chat, was like, Cloud is garbage. And I saw that and I was like, I've already seen Cloud. Cloud is not garbage. This card's broken. What do we think? And I'll read it if you're just listening. I'll read it. And when Cloud enters the field, you may remove 3 fire cards in your break zone and/or category 7 cards. You can do a mix in the break zone from the game. When you do so, search for 1 fire forward of cost 2 or less, of power 5,000 or less, and play it onto the field. No cheating out Zidans, of course. Fair enough. And the S ability, Spellblade, Power Cleave. I don't know why we had to give it like a slash like that. Why not just Power Cleave? Sounded quite cool enough as it is. But anyway, Dull 1 active card named Tifa or card named Aerith. Choose 2 forwards, break them. Pretty insane S ability, even if it's not like really easy to pull off. Missed the Chim discussion, but I think it's okay. I mean, I'm always interested as well. If you think like we put Chim down as a 1, I don't think anyone's disagreed. If you think Chim is better than that, why do you think Chim is better than that? Is it also going to be for reasons other people said, like the new Sopfo support? Lilith to get us to 3 crystals to play Bart's turn 2. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Lilith, FFBE. War of the Visions chick. Yes, fair. So this is one of those cards we need to go to Materia Hunter. I know. Oh yeah, Materia Hunter does have all the new cards, so it's going to put the new Tifa, which I did see. This is 2 or less. Yeah, 2 or less fire, and we want 5k. How do we do that? How do we do that? Where's power? Oh, here. Power. This one, right? Oh, and I need to do equal to. Search. Nice. Okay. Turns on Sopfo and also Monofire Monster Control, and it's our option there. Okay, cool. I like Cloud for playing Guy Furion without needing Tyro Search. Yep, so Furion's probably going to be the just absolute best option. I wouldn't be surprised. Furion's one of the better cards in this game right now. Right, so we got the news are done, which I guess we haven't gotten to yet. So we'll get on the Joshua. So we're gonna have to review these cards at once. So Zidane, when you cast a card removed from the game, choose one forward, deal it 5k. When Zidane enters the field or attack, move top 2 cards of your deck from the game. You can cast them anytime. So with the Zidane, for a start, you can lead to some very kind of quick chains of forwards. The main reason I'm interested in this card is because something KP said to me about his War 7 deck that he won the Materia Cup with, because he was playing Refia and Undead Princess, and he emphasized to me at one point the relevance of just being able to go like, he would just be setting up backups, and all of a sudden he would just have 5 forwards on the board, kind of out of nowhere. And if you're not playing a deck that board clears very easily, especially through an Ultimate Shield, he would be able to go like Wall 7, play 2 guys, play Refia from the LDB, play Undead Princess, and all of a sudden you're just kind of like super panic mode because they've just played a bunch of forwards out of nowhere, very cheap. This is very, very cheap. This is already a 4-mana AK that plays a guy for free. That's 2, and you've got to remember, when you're playing a card from the deck, it effectively minuses 2 on the base cost of the card that plays it. So this is a 2, well, it also, then plays a 2-drop from the deck. So this is a 0-mana 8k that's playing a guy from the deck with a potentially very threatening S ability on top. The only downside to me right now is that it's card named Cloud. Yeah, you can bring multis out. Yeah, that'd be crazy. I say it'd be crazy. I mean, it would be maybe allow, but this is a legend. This is the long-awaited Cloud X Red 13 Amana collab that Chapters fans have been waiting for years. The cost is not 0 for the balls to the wall aggro decks, though, depending on deck build. Well, of course it is. When you're playing aggro, you want your forwards to be as base cheap as possible. So if you're playing Cloud, and Cloud is a 0-mana body that's trying to just deal points of damage, whatever you're playing off Cloud, you're assuming you're going to play a card that's going to get immediate value, right? So if it's early game, you can't play Firion maybe, you can't draw a card instantly off the Firion, which makes this guy even cheaper. But you've got other options that we go through here. I meant the 3 cards cost. The 3 cards, but that's nothing. You can do that on turn 1 easily. Like, you can do it probably in almost any deck this plays, and you can do this in Fire Ice, because the you got to remember this doesn't have to be Fire Category 7 cards. It's just Category 7 cards. You can remove Remnants for this. You can get your Kadaj set up turn 1 with this guy. Many accidental synergies with the Cloud Opus 20. Yeah, like it seems. I am going to assume, obviously we're 4 cards in, discounting the Ifrit. I think this might be the best card in the set. I'm not too sure, because I haven't seen all the cards, obviously. I haven't seen much more than this. But this, to me, is absolutely terrifying. It seems too cheap, it seems too powerful, it seems too curated. Or too easy, like as in, not too curated, but it seems like the options, the range of options are maybe too high. Anyway, so we've got Zidane, which is already one that can get instant value, puts more pressure on the board, can kill forwards. Joshua's pretty sick as well. Bring this guy out of the deck. If there's an annoying little shit on the board, then we kill it, and then you can prime into Phoenix if it's like off curve. This new Tifa, she has haste innate, so she gets to deal a point of damage straight away. She can potentially kill something, especially if we're thinking early game aggro, probably not, but late game, this thing can do like 8,000. I mean, we're gonna talk about this card by itself anyway, but this Tifa seems pretty good, and she's also a very nice Amano art card as well. I think the best card is an Earth, but I think this card is great. Not full art is whatever. Yeah, well, that's fair. What else have we got? So we got Guy to bring back some stuff. Ursula's probably not so good. I mean, that's the thing. Do I even have to go through the list here, or do we just all kind of agree this card's just a 6? And if you don't, tell me why, and I'll do my best to change your mind. Talking about Lilith for the crystal. So it's just the options presented to us from a deck building perspective. Left here, Very nice. Damage 3. Come in, do 8k, make all your other stuff. Very scary. This Tifa is probably not so good. This Warrior Light, bit similar to the Zidane. More range, less power. I mean, the Zidane's also a legend. That's the other legend in the set, right? So a legend being able to bring out a legend, like it being able to bring out Firion. Have this tier maker template you can use for ratings instead of the word dot. It's pretty good. Yeah, it looks way better. Nice visual for people. Thank you. Boom. If you literally made this just for me, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Do we put this guy here? Doesn't have a 0 on it. I'll just put zeros as ones. This guy here. Clive was here, right? Okay, cool. I'm at 4 out of 5 happy wrong. So this is where I want to talk, like with a really polarizing card. You know, we talked about doing a poll. I've forgotten how to do polls. Rip. But why do you not think it's a 5? Because like when it comes to cards like this that are really worth talking about, I feel quite strongly on the differences between like 1 point in these ratings. Honestly, no, you can just leave it at the 1. I appreciate you doing it anyway. And we can just move that to the side. No, just get rid of it, whatever. What other things can we play? Lilith. We've got the Firion. The Firion is obviously like insane. It's actually better than Tyvas in the sense of purely on the turn you play the Cloud. It's cheaper because Tyvas is search and then play a guy from hand. So Tyvas has got a bit more. Obviously, Tyvas over turns is going to be better than Cloud, but we've got to think of everything as 1 turn. He also doesn't die to like Alexander, so not that it really matters because it's not getting progressive value, but it's actually very difficult to aim removal at an 8k that's already cost 0 or less CP, right? Because 8k is a sweet spot we want to hit right now because there are a lot of annoying 8,000 power forwards, but they do persistent annoyance. Cloud is like out of the gate. Here's minus 6 CP or plus 6 CP, whatever you want to call it. And then I'm going to sit here as an 8k that's going to annoy them. And maybe if you're playing Tifas and Aeriths, or just Tifas probably, then they might just explode, you know? Also, with the new rules, you can overpay for the Cloud, turbo them out. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I wonder how many of these cards are influenced by the rule change there. The fact that you can also have special mix so you can play them with the 5 CP. Yes, so yeah, the thing I had the problem with is that for like mono fire or a lot of fire decks, because most fire decks want to play the Cloud. The 5 CP Cloud is competing because that card is like super good utility, very good modal card. This guy is competing for a spot, but yeah, the S ability. Especially in mono fire where you're still going to think about Montleonis, where you're probably going to be thinking about playing both. Oh, you can't play left here off this, right? Oh, you can. She's 5k power. I thought she was 6k for some reason. Broken. Oh, of course, she's on this list that I filtered. One idiot. Yeah, man, this card excites me, man. It also terrifies me. I think it terrifies me more than it excites me. I think we're kind of forgetting the Exile 3. I totally think about, but it might bite us later. Well, that's the thing. I'm thinking about it, obviously, as the powerful side of it, where we can remove remnants, right? We can do things that are powerful with the rest of our deck. Removing 3 for later. I mean, what are we thinking about? What things are we going to be annoyed? Like if we're playing Celtius in the same deck, yeah, obviously it's gonna be problematic. If we're removing summons for our Terra, if we're removing 5 drops for our Montleonis, yes. But man, removing 3 fire and or cat 7 cards to play a 2-drop from your deck. That's fair, working so right can't ISAs, but it's less the card's power than how it fits in the meta. I think emptying the hand earlier for 2 bodies already dealt with in a good spot at the moment, keeping 2 alive for the S and free as. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm kind of, I think with a card like this, because it can be played turn 1, you think about how good is it from turn 1, and how much better does it get through each phase of the game. And I feel like the more backups you get down, the later the game goes on, the better this card gets, because you know Firion's online, the new Tifa's online. You have backups to use priming for Joshua. Most forwards kill on entry ATM, so the S seems unlikely to come out while keeping the lead cards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. You don't want to kill Cloud because it's not the problem. It's brought out a problem and made itself cost nothing. You know? Like, I think I used to get in this way when I was writing reviews in the past. I used to think cards that didn't either needed to sit on the board or whatever, or did like something good on entry and then did something broken the longer it stayed on the field. I was like, is this card that good? Because it can just die, right? But things don't always just die in this game. A lot of things just, you miss one turn, it just sits there. Obviously you don't have to kill this card, but what I'm saying is the fact that it has the S ability on top is like, you're always going to have to be a little wary of that S ability. The bar for a 6 starts here, yeah, okay. You thought you were going to get work done today, Snugs? That's not why we're here, my friend. That's not why we're here. We're here to chat FFTCG and do absolutely nothing otherwise. But this is very productive, to be fair. I'm going to bring out SARS. That's actually pretty good in bringing out SARS. I'm going to quickly go through the rest of it. Again, I know we're taking another 20 minutes to talk about one card. I think this is probably one of the maybe 5 cards in the set worth having a 20-minute discussion on. But being able to bring out SARS, that's actually pretty cool. Being able to, if you can turn 1, Cloud, SARS, Daj. Yeah, whatever else rhymes with that. That's quite cool, because you bring out an untargetable guy and a really cheap 8k, so you just got annoying bodies on the board. Fang may be relevant. Furion for sure. Lunith is still a card that exists. Definitely not the worst card in the world. Palom, maybe. Man, there's so many good cards. There's so many good fire forwards that are 2 CP, bro. And so many of them have like no stat line as well to make it even better. Like I go back day, and there's some reasonable cards here. Even this Vivi. Really not too bad. All right. Anyway, let's move on. We've made Cloud a 6. Multi-Tifa for titles. Yep, that's really what we care about. Yeah, if you want to make your own tier list for title format while we're doing this, Richie, that sounds like a really good idea. Right, Samurai. When Samurai enters the field, choose 1 fire character in your break zone up to 1 forward opponent controls. Add the former to your hand if the card added is job Samurai card named Samurai, or deal out 3,000 damage. Whoa, it's a pretty good card. What do you think about this guy? Doesn't need too much talking about, of course, just a standard unit, but it's basically, it's an expensive 1 CP backup, I guess, from a certain point of view, right? Because it's giving you something back you already had access to, rather than drawing and giving you a new card. But there's a lot of job samurais that you just play in fire decks because they just happen to be job samurais, right? Cyan, Crystal, for example. It doesn't have to be a samurai focus. How much can we think we can actually make use of that 3k damage? You can also add back itself. Yes, you can add back backups with it. So if you're playing 3 of these, you can add back another samurai with it, and potentially do some shenanigans into some early aggro there. Like I can see you going like turn 1. You know, they play a guy. You know, they're a bit aggressive. They want to beat you up. You go samurai, add back a job or card named Samurai, play a Mont Blanc or Ace to do 8k. Seems okay. Definitely not a 1. Searchable. First card. Multiplayer. Yeah, honestly, Iomi is actually one of those cards that can only get better with age. Solid 3. Oh. Hello, am I back? We good? Yeah, sorry, that might happen a few times if I nudge it with my wire is very precarious. And I can't actually tell if it cuts out, so you're going to have to tell me if it does. All good? Yeah, okay. I'll try not to have my legs too close there. Right, so we're going to put this card. I think this card's a 3. I normally err on the side of caution. Don't give 4s to cards that aren't, like, obviously broken. So we'll stick that guy there. And then we got Samurai Reprint. Is this on the list? This is, right? Give that a 5. Broken card. Can you give us a quick TLDR about this samurai before what, this one? Oh, you missed most of it. Oh, sorry. Can you add more cards in the background? It's a bit empty. I'm trying to think, because I got the chat thing here. I don't know what I did to the stream. Blame Statler for all this, by the way. It's all his fault. It's not. I know something I can put in the background. Hold on. Add source. What does I need? Image. Add source. Add new source. Browse. Fantastic. Here you go. You asked for this, by the way, and I realise it's not actually what you asked for, but that's where you're going. Here's me. Fantastic. If anyone's got any suggestion for something to put next to me for the rest of that black spot, that's fine. Not really, we heard you talk about the car. I know your response to the chat comments. Yes, chat was right. That's all I really got to say. Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like a solid card. I don't want to give it a 4 because I don't think it's that good, but it's definitely playable. 3s are like playable, fits in some decks sometimes, kind of range. Yeah. All right, Zidane. The other legend of the set, far less exciting than Cloud, if only because it has far less to it. When you cast a card removed from the game, choose one forward opponent controls, deal it 5,000 damage when Zidane enters the field or attacks. Remove the top 2 cards of your deck from the game. You can cast them anytime you can normally cast them this turn. So, it's an FF9 card. Not that means that much, but it's an FF9 card. Job doesn't matter too much, but the fact that it's fire does. Obviously, the top 2 cards of your deck are random, but in theory, because they're in your deck, they're very good cards. And then you really need to be like a top. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so this is Zidane. What it does, it's very cool, is that it allows you to play both of the cards that have been removed from the game. So it doesn't make you just pick one. However, it does remove both. So you do lower your own deck count significantly by, what is this, 10, 5, something like 4%, right? So you've 4% loss in deck count, but at least 20% buff in playable cards that turn. It has the small downside, of course, of costing CP itself, so it's going to come onto the board. You're going to mainly want to play it when you have the backups. However, if you're getting something like... I really like it with the Cloud, as we already talked about, because the Cloud can bring it out, and then it can allow you to play more cards. Or you can play this, you can bring out, you can maybe flip the Cloud and remove it from the game, and then all of a sudden you've got like 3 dudes in play from like nothing going on in hand. And this is the most relevant part of it being a legend, is that it allows you just more options, more speed, more consistency. So I think it's very boring, but it's very powerful. It's also, especially in mono fire, you can sometimes you're going to flip Ject off the top of your deck. You know, you're going to play him, you're going to have a bunch of backups up, you're going to flip Ject and some other card. You're going to play him on, like, you could play him on like 3 backups. You know, you're going to discard, assuming you're going to be able to play. So you're going to discard, have 3 backups up. They're going to have some stuff going on. They're going to have, I don't know, we're playing MBM. They've got Ash. You discard with your 3 backups, play Zidane. You flip Ject and, I don't know, another backup. You play that backup down, and then you play Ject for like 1, or, you know, maybe you can make it 0 with an LB. And Zidane has been the most powerful card you could have ever possibly played in the game ever. Alright, that's all you're getting for 1,000 channel points, thank you. It gets better as the game goes on, IMO, just because while things get cheaper, get cheaper, gets activated like Eject. Yeah, Eject Days, Culinarian, free cast. So Mono Fire has a lot of these free cast cards, has a lot of cheap cards, has a lot of cards that get better with their effects when you have multiple fire characters on the board, like 1 CP for it. So the one downside is Mono Fire likes having the backup of a deck out game a lot of the time, but a lot of fire builds do plan to win the game. It's usually only in like mirror matches you normally play for deck out, because you're just constantly killing each other's stuff, holding, if you're playing Amaterasu, you hold the Amaterasu for their Montleonis kind of thing. So most of the time in the average fire deck, I feel like you are trying to win. So I feel like losing your own deck is always going to be cancelled out by the value of the cards you're going to get. And Mono Fire, the strongest part about Mono Fire is when it does get its backups down, it is basically always drawing good cards every turn, nearly always. There's so many good 5-drops, so many good cheap value plays, and it has a very strong LB deck on 5 backups. The other thing is, this is like a Sid Highwind in a sense. You can play this on, you play this on turn 1, you see 2 more cards. You could miss, you could hit nothing playable, but you would have drawn those 2 cards anyway and not had anything playable. If this card then lives, it gets to attack, do the exact same thing again. You get to see so much of your deck to accelerate your backups. So not only do you accelerate your backups in the early game, you get tons of value in the late game by revealing forwards. And obviously the only downside is if in the late game you're on 5 backups, you play this, hit 2 backups. But then, I don't know, yeah, like Richie said, you might hit a Culinarian and be like, oh, I'll play Mont now, go down to 4 backups, and I'll be able to play the Culinarian for free. So it still kind of pays for itself. So, for that reason, again, you're welcome to disagree if you like, I'm going to give this card a 6. I think these are 2 of the best cards I've ever read. Oh, it also just has the upside of it, like, it actually kills things. Like, for some reason, this other line of text, like, wasn't good enough on its own. They're like, yeah, let's do 5k. Yeah, it kills Laswell. I hate Laswell with a passion. If it kills it, it's at least like a 3, maybe a 4. This is so good, we're going to give it a 6. Also comes full art. This is very important. If it was a 7, maybe you'd get 7 for being full art. Does it salvage the FF9 deck? No. No, it doesn't. It's not really an FF9 deck card. Oh, it's funny how the stain... You feel like they would try and keep it thematic, that the stained glass cards wouldn't be too FF9 focused, and they would make like the Garnet, where that's more of an FF9 focus kind of thing. But yeah, it's probably a good card in that deck if that becomes a deck, but I just think from a purely like other fire deck standpoint, it can also remove remnants from the game. Let's not forget, if we're playing Cloud in this remnants deck, we might be playing Zidane, and there are possibilities of just going turn 1 Kadaj, because we have maybe not turn 1, but like turn 2, because we might just randomly hit remnants off it in Fire Ice as well, is notable too. The extremely low L that are full arts in this set was sad. You mean there's a lot of Ls that are full arts, and that you think is going to break the bank? Sid historically has absolute dogshit cards in 9 Chaser Pace. Yeah, so let's read this one. I've put it on the screen, I haven't read it. When Sid Highwind enters the field, you may play 1 category 7 forward of cost 4 or less from your hand onto the field. When a category 7 enters your field, other than Sid, draw 1 card. This effect will trigger only 1 per turn. So we're looking at this as a... You're only going to play him if you can use his effect, his first effect. If his first effect resolves, his second effect will resolve. So this is a base 5 CP card, net 5 CP card. So 5 CP 9k player dude. So this is like the Wall 5. It's specific for category 7 rather than being specific to fire. Doesn't cost crystals. It can't do it again, but it draws a card when you play another guy. It's only forwards. That's probably fine. If you're getting Sid down and Sid lives, you're probably in an FF7 deck, given the way those cards are. You're going to keep up the pressure. You're going to be playing FF7 forwards every turn that you can. And like you said, Snugs, Sid Highwind is historically bad. He's also historically not in fire, right? He's historically... Is he always wind? I think he's always been wind, and he's always been like either bad or like just a support, like the wind backup and the wind LB. Just purely a support guy. This is the first guy that's coming down saying, look at me, look at my big ship, here's 9k, Sid Cloud Furion? Yes, yeah, exactly. You can just play 1 backup. I don't know, play Larsa, whatever. I guess that's the first thing that comes to mind to add big cards. Play Larsa, turn 2, Sid Highwind Cloud. That's basically Wall 7. Broken. No Ultimate Shield, don't worry about that. But the point is, Clan Zidane, sick card. Volker is arguably better and doesn't see much play, but this being 9k and surviving Amma is a plus for FF17 decks. I mean, if this gets Amma, that's not great. I also think Amma, I mean, maybe it will come back, but Amma's been a pretty weak card this Opus. It's starting to show its age, which is something you maybe thought you'd never say about Amaterasu, but oftentimes, or at least the way this meta's been, it's better to counter good things with good things rather than try and cancel good things. Because a lot of the time the good things are they're either not dying to Amat or they're still like snowballing value. Like if you Amat a Kadaj, it's like, you know, it sucks most of the time, right? Because it doesn't die and it still might discard 2 cards from your hand. So I'm not too worried about Amat anymore when I think about cards like this. But is Volker arguably better? I don't think so. I think Volker being 8k is actually a huge difference. Not because of Amaterasu, I just think Volker's too small. Volker better. Volker is... It's always easier to play categories than it is jobs. Almost always. Sometimes it's not. But it's almost always easier to play categories. And normally when you're playing categories, it allows you to circumvent CP reasonably well as well. Like if you're playing a multi or if you're playing something completely off color. Normally stuff within the same job is normally within the same element or within the same 2 elements. You can activate the text from LB. That's a very good point, Richie. Yep. This doesn't search, whereas Volker does. True. Volker does search. I feel like, okay, this is one of those cards maybe we have to evaluate after seeing the full set and after thinking about all the FF7 characters. But apart from, I think, okay, there's Axstar and Tyvus that you're going to search for Volker, right? But the average card you can search for Volker is not that great. Normally you're just Volkering into Tyvus, which is the card you wanted in the first place anyway. Whereas Sid is... and I feel like they're quite different. I appreciate the similarity, but I feel like they're quite different. And I feel like this is going to fill a role of a card that... This FF7, the way I'm thinking about the cards last set, the way I'm thinking about the cards I'm seeing, is it's going to be high value forward pressure, doing damage for very little CP investment on your part. Obviously this is a big CP investment initially, but once it resolves, it becomes very cheap, right? I think I'd rather play the backup for any deck than play it. Yeah, probably if you're going to play a Firewind deck, you're probably going to end up playing the backup Sid Highwind a lot of the time. If you're going to be playing FF7 Firewind, I would agree with that. But when you're not, yeah, this doesn't really have any name clash, so it's good. It's much better than Volker and it lives. True, yes. Also, if this you actually what Volker a lot of the time you think, oh, it's doing 4k to my guy. Oh no, and then you realise none of your forwards have 4k because 4k is a crap number. So yeah, you actually do want to kill Sid Highwind more than you want to kill Volker. But normally the thing you want to kill that comes with Volker is Tyvus. Anyway, I think again we're thinking first impressions. I haven't even seen the rest of the set yet. I think this card reads well, has a good name, good category. And I think it's going to be a 4 for me. So that's our first 4. Eat a Zots. Oh shit, I don't even have a Zot anymore. I don't think I've got any Zots. Do I have any Zots? Oh, he's used 2,000 channel points, excuse me. Alright, I don't have Zots, because I think I threw them away because of how unhealthy they were when I was on like a health kick and didn't want to be tempted by sweets. But I do have Melon Haichu, which you're going to have to do for now, so sorry, no refunds. You got one last Zots? Send it. Alright, anyway, next card. Joshua, so we talked about this a little bit with the Cloud on its own. When Joshua enters the field, you may discard 1 card. When you do so, choose 1 forward at 7,000 damage. So, if you're going to use the effect, it's a 4 CP 5k, deal 7. Is that a good rate? I think so. I think it's okay. I think the rate is okay, rather. You're going to probably want to prime it almost immediately, because it is quite a lot to invest for set. So it's going to like... It's almost modal, when you think about it, right? Priming is like a modal ability. It's like, if it's not on a card that basically has to prime to work, you think, I can just play Joshua as a 2 mana 5k that can prime later. I can play Joshua as a 4 mana 5k that does 7k. I can play Joshua as a 5 mana 5k, or not, a 5 mana card that becomes Phoenix. I can play Joshua as a 7 mana card that becomes Phoenix and deals 7k. That's quite a lot of options. So that's quite good. I think it's a solid card, but again, I like the others too much for the Phoenix curve. I mean, yeah, we are competing with a legend. Wait. Oh, right, I'm on filter, aren't I? With this guy. So this is the one that he costs. So this one costs 5 to prime. This one only costs 4. Pretty big deal. Benefit of the legend dominance. A lot of the time, this ability never comes up. The 2k. I guess to be fair, I don't play too many dedicated builds. I've actually mainly played this in Megisa, where it barely ever does any damage. It's just there to come off Megisa. So I think if you're playing this one, it's specifically in a deck that's going to make use of the fact that it's 2 mana 5k. Is it better than the 1-drop though? Which is how do I go back? Like that, yeah. So this one also costs 4, so it's actually quite expensive. So there's the same reasoning as the Clive. Does it make it bad? I think it's better than the Clive, but not better than the other 2 Joshuas. Is that right? This one does work in the dedicated 16 build. You mean the 3-drop? Not this one, right? This one doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I don't think I've put this kind of constructed deck, but it's solid. I don't know if they still think about L3, but it's an L3 card if I've ever seen one. Alright, well, Richie is going to remain our correspondent for title format and L3. If you have any questions about those formats, please direct them to him. I'm going to make this card... I don't know. It probably isn't worth talking about. Is it a 1? I feel like it's a 2. It's probably a 1, isn't it? I'm thinking if you're going to bring a Joshua off Cloud, you might as well bring this one in. How often are you ever going to want... weird. I don't know. Help me, chat. It's a 1, I think. 2? 2? Alright, best 2 out of 3. Yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe a 1. Oh, Richie changed his mind. You'd grab the Ursula over it, I think, in the Cloud deck. Well, yeah, but you wouldn't... Well, as in... You wouldn't be playing this Joshua if you're playing Phoenix in that deck, right? So you'd only be playing it for Phoenix. So therefore the priming cost is quite relevant. I guess, actually, to be fair, if you're playing it off something, the priming cost is the same. Okay, okay, that's... We're giving it a 2. This is a very important 2 to me, as you can tell. I think that's fine. Moving on. We've been an hour and we've done 6 cards. Hope you guys don't have much to do this evening. Or this morning, wherever you are in the world. Haste, Tifa. When Tifa attacks, choose one forward opponent controls, deal it 1000 damage for each category 7 character you control. And the S ability can be used up 3 times per turn, deal 3k, draw 1. The draw 1 is very good. That's very good. I love me a very cheap S ability. It might not seem like that much, but that's a pretty cool thing to have on the card. I think the card without the S ability is pretty medium, because this card gets better the later the game is, but the later the game is, the less you want these kind of 2-drops. I feel like this 2-drop can't extend the way Zidane can, right? Zidane can kind of be a 2-drop. It could also maybe be a 7-drop, depending on what flips off the top of the deck, you know? This Tifa's always going to be a 2-drop trying to deal a point of damage. But the S ability... It's mainly, I guess, because the S ability costs others Tifas, so you'd be playing a lot of Tifas in the first place to make the most use out of it. But it can kill something quite easily with the S, right? Again, we're thinking Sid Highwind Cloud Tifa, right? For a start, that's already 3 guys. If we've got some backups in there that are FF7, it's pretty easy to kill an 8k, maybe even a 9. That's a pretty cheap kill. Martial Artist for Zangan, most important. Yeah, but it already has haste. Card without the S effect feels worse than dual Tifa. I think it's a good solid 4 to 6 Tifa. Yeah, sure. Will this make a Tifa deck like the Kane one with 12 of them to take your deck? I don't think there's really much benefit to doing that. But maybe. I think it's a bit too... it's not quite as good as Jump, you know? 3 of this is equal to 1 Kane. And yeah, no innate protection, like the jump gives it. I want to like it because I think the Amano art's really nice. I want to say it's a 3. I think it has too many good words to be a 2. I don't think it's a 4. I feel like there's going to be other things. I mean, let's look at other Tifas real quick. Especially ones in fire, because that's mainly what we're thinking about. This one sucks. This one, has I gotten 2 drops? I'm confused. There's loads of other fire Tifas. What am I not filtering correctly? At least I think there is. There's the Opus 1 starter anyway. Let's just look at all Tifas. There's this one, yeah. So we've got this one for the crystal side of things, which is pretty good. The rest of the other Tifas are kind of naff. Yeah, there's not too many Tifas you want to play. Like if you're playing Fire Earth, do feel like this one's going to be better most of the time. The fact that this is also going to see some use on damage 6 as well. Like, imagine this plays Sit Highwind onto the board. You know, that's a lot of stuff on damage 6. We'll go for 3. Definitely could be a 2. Maybe I should start ordering these at some point. I think this is... we'll put it even anyway. Right, Neon. When Neon enters the field, choose one forward opponent controls. If you control a category Sopfo character, other than Neon, deal at 9,000 damage. So I'm going to quickly check. Did we get any Sopfo backups? Man, the smallest size of the screen really gets me. Category, right? Sopfo. Backup. Got Lufelian, we got that Jack Garland. Oh, we got that Jack Garland. It's not a bad card. Oh, this Princess Sarah's Sopfo. That's not really that relevant, but... Okay, so there's a good number of backups, actually. I say a good number, there's 4. That's better than 0. I knew this one didn't have many. So, 3 mana deal 9. Yeah, I mean... In theory, this card gets better with it. I mean, 9k is a lot, especially on a 3-drop. Is the full card list available? Yes. Yeah, just go on just go on the Square Enix card browser. And look at Blissful Eternity. Bunch of monsters for Sopfo. Yeah, I guess if you're going to mix it in other elements. I always kind of try and think of it as a base level from what is it good in Monofire. I think this Jack Garland's okay in Monofire, but it is a backup that wants to break itself. It gives Lufenian more... If you're playing like Fire Ice and you want to just play Lufenian for the off chance it's your first backup and it's very broken, and then if not, it can be with Neon. And then maybe there's enough Sopfo going on in the Fire and or Ice side of your deck to then make this card very good. Because 9k is huge. 9k is a lot of damage. And the S ability Runic. Choose one summon or auto ability. During this turn, if it deals damage to a forward or player, damage becomes 0. That's pretty cool. Not like super, like, oh my god, this card's broken, but it's not bad. I think this card's very solid, given some people were trying Brute Bomber. I think it's better than that. Yeah, Brute Bomber kind of demands some kind of synergy usually, right? What other Sopfo characters have we got that you can play with Axstar? No particularly good ones, right? Oh, you got Iron Giant in the LB. Ooh, that's a good point. That's pretty good. This Bahamut's probably not it. Emperor's probably not it. But Iron Giant, maybe. I like Iron Giant. It's options. It's options. It's definitely one of those ones. Like they gave it a lot of power in that auto because they knew the options were limited. Bomb as well. This bomb's pretty bad, bro. But yeah, sure. Yeah, actually seems reasonable. I like it. I actually like because it makes me want to build around it a bit if I can. Like, I definitely want to give it a shot. And when a card does that, I normally want to give it like a 3 just off the bat. It's also full art, so I think full art is a definite 3. What do we think, Richie? Like, Brute Bomber doesn't have a full art. Did you think about that when you made that comparison just then? Yeah, exactly. Well, there you go. Right, next card. Bahamut. Waff. We can only cast Bahamut during your turn. Choose one forward opponent controls. Deal it 10,000 damage. When it's put from the field in the break zone this turn, if your opponent has received 5 points or less, Bahamut deals your opponent 1 point of damage. This card is very interesting for the reason I'm sure my friend Mr. Tricky Zoo already knows. It's because of this card. I'm going to need to reset my filters again. Some of you might actually not even know what this card is because it's not that much played. This guy, when Caius enters the field, you can add a Bahamut from your deck to your hand and it reduces the cost by 5. Various Bahamut synergies, mainly centering around this guy. I've always made Bahamuts, I think, a little bit quite static cards. Historically, like they're not making any really like interesting Bahamuts that you can play for 0 with Caius kind of thing. Like, because Caius is pretty powerful like that. He basically gives you 7 CP. You know, he adds the card and then makes it cost 5 less. That's actually really good. You know, and it's also like good enough that Caius is not like FF13 focused. It has the synergies with FF13, which is great. But this Bahamut is actually quite so good. That you could play because there's other Bahamuts you play in Monify or in Fire decks, like the one that reduces cost on your turn anyway because it kills things like Ishtola, stuff that's immune to taking damage from summons or abilities. So having this as an option that also gets like the full discount, it still costs 1, but dealing a point of damage is nice. Did I mean to give it a 4? No, Neon, I meant to give it a 3. Bahamut sounds like a 1 until some kind of broken mechanic comes up. You think? I think this card's actually really good. Maybe I'm thinking about too much from Caius. Or from like Terra as well. I just think every time a card says deal your opponent 1 point of damage somewhere in its text and the requirements to do so aren't dreadful, the card's like automatically going to be quite good. Without Caius, I think this card is a 2. Okay, I think it's bumped to a 3 with the Caius. I just think with Terra, it's okay as well. I know with Terra, like a lot of time you want to bring back because Terra stops it costing 0 as well, right? Terra's not that broken, I think. Oh, there's another Terra in the set. Cool. Oh, it's a legend. Oh, sweet. Yeah, it can't become 0. So sometimes Terra will add back these 1-drops that can't become 0 because it's 1-drops like Ifrit that are broken. But I don't know, just being able to add back this, you would pay 4 CP for this effect, you know? Like 6 is obviously like we're needing some synergies here. Oh, it also untaps with Muti. That's not irrelevant. Muti is very good in a lot of Fire decks. A deck running this Bahamut plus 4 CP, Lightning, Sarah seems like an annoying deck to play. Yeah, like it already on top of the 13 stuff. 13 just, you know, when you're playing against 13, if you've had the fortune of never playing against the recent 13 decks, boy, you think, oh, taking 2 damage, I'm fine. They just deal 5 out of nowhere, and you're like, bro, fuck you, you know. This just adds to that. I know you can't deal with the 7th with this, but you can deal with the 6th. It does everything it needs to do. And as well, you can maybe play a turbo fire deck where it's playing ace and this to try and deal damage. Like, you can honestly build a fire deck at this point that doesn't attack to win the game and doesn't mill to win the game. It just deals damage through card effects. Turn restriction makes the Terra line a little worse. Oh yeah, you make a good point. Yes, if Terra dies, you'd have to. Yeah, that's a fair point. You're right. It does have that restriction. The coolest play this can do is if we attack with lightning, they say no block, we can go 4-7. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's good. Is that my friend the unwritten page? How you doing? Welcome back after all these years. Yeah, so my thought is this card is actually a 3. Might be wrong on this. Oh, sorry, that's what you meant earlier. I was meant to put Neon in 3 instead of 4. Yes, thank you. Good point. Busted in pre-release and killing 5 damage. Yes, very good in pre-release. But this fire is definitely absolutely bonkers in pre-release, this set. I don't need to see the rest of the elements. These cards are nuts. Thinking about Fire Lightning 13. Yeah, honestly, any little buff to stuff like that where the synergy isn't focused. I guess Fire Lightning is actually where it's focused, but yeah. The set in general has a high power level. Yeah, definitely for pre-release I think it's going to be, yeah. Alright, let's move on. Palom. The full art Palom. Is it bulk? Put Palom in the break zone, choose a forward mechanic controls, deal at 5k. Oh, it's a backup, okay. I was like, this is a full. Put Palom and 1 Porum into the break zone, choose one forward opponent controls, deal at 20. Yep. Draw 1. Not sure how I feel about that second bit. Put it into the break zone, deal 5. It's pretty good, right? Is it good? Oh, is it good? Actually, well, chat, I need your help. Very bulk, okay. New twin art is amazing. Hope they make it the Euro metal sleeves. Oh, fair. He's a 2 because he's a full art, so we think he's bad. It's fine, but it's fine at 2. What other backups do this? Is the current limit 3? I feel like there's a standard unit that you can sack to do 3. Sacking to do 5 seems like a good number. You're probably right. I'm probably overthinking it. Probably just not that good. Garland technology. Yeah, that's not going to give me rating points here. It's searchable, I guess. It's searchable, I guess. That's a fair searchable, I guess. It's probably a good one. It's better than the... Is the other one Palom Porum forward? Where's this one? If you control a card named Porum forward. Yeah, so if you're search... Oh no, it searches off Lenora, doesn't it? Not Porum. Yeah, so the fact that you search it off Lenora, it's actually... I want to say that's probably better. Right? Isn't that better than Palom in those decks? So this is like instantly a 3, right? That's how I generally rate the things. Because 4k is a pretty irrelevant number. So especially if you're not playing Porum in your Fire Water deck and you're using Lenora to search this, it's just a better Porum, better Palom. We have a Palom that can tap and do 3k without breaking. We do. Oh, this one. That says discard 1 card. That's might as well break. Does 7k if you discard Porum. Yeah, okay, maybe if you're playing like a Fire Water deck specifically without a Porum. It's not that much in it, right? Hey Rob, how you doing, man? This is a nice one at the Palms. I think this is like slightly better on average. I think 5k is a nice number, but it's probably again not that deep. On entry is much better than... Yeah, but I mean, as in most of the time on entry with this guy doesn't do anything anyway, right? So if we both say they don't do anything on entry, having the option to do 5k later is cool. This one also comes full art. The other one doesn't. The other one looks pretty funny though. He's got a really stupid face. Yeah. So aesthetic wise, it's actually quite close. I think losing 2 backups 20k. Well, I agree with that. I mean, you probably, if you're going to use that effect, it's probably with the Porum that brings the summon back from the break zone when she dies, the forward. Yeah, exactly. Christ, thank you. Good point. So 2 and move on. All right, boss. We aren't even nice. All right, yeah, you make a good point. All right, I'm gonna put in 3 though. Screw you. All right, next one. Faris. Oh, that looks sweet. Faris enters the field. Choose one fire or water forward. Cost 2 or less in your break zone. Play it to the field. Yo! That's a common? That's a common? That's a good common, man. But Jesus Christ. They put that on a common. Shit. Wow. It's pretty good in our Cloud deck, isn't it? I know it costs 2 more than Cloud. I grant you. Bring stuff back from the break zone is always good, though. Let me bring back a water forward. Am I tripping? This seems pretty reasonable. Or is it just bad? Like, you can just tell me it's bad. I might agree with you. Just because it's, like, too expensive, too bland. Doesn't do anything else. Hello, mate. Hello, Sherlock. How you doing? Is my queener in this one? I believe she is, yes. But it's going to be about maybe 3 years until we get to her, the pace I'm going. Reborn Mr. Unblockable 5. Are you talking about Firion? Or are we talking about Zidane? Too expensive, it's fine, but power level is higher. Different name. Plays from break zone instead of from deck, sometimes okay. Kind of feels like she should be 4 or 5. You mean cost 4 or 5? Or 4 or 5 out of 5? Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you, James. Assuming there's a new set. Yes, there's the new Opus, yeah. So I think I prefer the Fire Cost Ferris. Yep, fair, the legend, yep. And we don't that one doesn't really see play, does it? Is this out or coming out? It's coming out, pre-releases this weekend. This gets amatted and you cry. Bro, that's what I'm talking about, amateur. That card's bolt. That card's garbage, bro. Alright, I'll give it it looks so sick though. Maybe we'll be cheap. Alright. Give it a 2. It's definitely playable. I think you guys might be baiting me here. You're probably right though. The other Pharaoh searches lander and plays forwards are too good in comparison. Yeah, you're probably right. So I think it's 2. Oh, Phoenix, this card. This is better than Ifrit. Excellent. Give that a 4. Vraska's final. Okay, yep, cool. We can move on. Excellent. 1. Yep, I'm not even going to talk about this card. This card absolutely fucking sucks. Saw that one on whoever got given that spoiler. I'm sorry, man. It's almost as bad as my one. Bomb. Oh, hello. Put bomb in the break zone. Choose one forward. Deal it 4,000 damage. Draw 1 card. This is one of those ones I get stuck because it's like definitely not good, but is it terrible? Are we ever playing this? I don't think so, right? It's not a goblin. My spoiler was better, I didn't even get one. I want to say all the draw 1 monsters are at least a 2. 4k is low. Never kills anything by itself. That's very important. The reason I was arguing about the Palom, by the way, 5k is a relevant number. 4k doesn't kill anything you care about. Who cares if you can kill... To be fair, this doesn't even kill Mog 6, so they'll chain Mog 6 in response and you won't draw. So it basically kills nothing. So I think this is... Honestly, I think this might be a 1. I think this might be unplayable. As well, what I want to do in these reviews is I try and like steer on the side of... If it's bad, don't just give it a 2 because it seems okay. It's probably just a 1. Works with Megisa. Yeah, alright. We've got 1 more card and fire left. It only took us an hour and a half. Fantastic. So 6 elements plus multi LB like dark. So give us another 24 hours. We'll be done. Lan. Category Wolf forward you control gain 1,000 power. The card name Rain you control gains haste. Okay. Right, that's fire done. Good work, guys. Ice. Love ice cards. Well, that's fun for titles. Ah, yes, got another titles fan in the chat. Fantastic. You and Richie were going to have a whale of a time. Right, Ice. Starting off with Astos. This one is crystal. No, this one's not the crystal related. That's the old one. When Astos enters the field, choose 1 forward control. Opponent controls, dull it and freeze it. When Astos is put from the field, you may search for 1 card named Astos. Play on the field, dull. This might as well be the Emperor. With text like that. This seems very good for a rare, if we're going to start judging by rarity a little bit as well. In my head, this is a pretty good card. Not broken, not like, oh my god, but like a 3. What we've got to say about Astos. It's also a full art, so we get a bit more time to talk about this one if I'm going to limit myself. Can't do backups. It's a pretty big downside. It can't do backup, so we can't just like play it on turn 1 if we brick a little bit, or can't really apply pressure with it in that way. But I guess it's the pressure in the sense that you play it, it's going to stay there. Being a 2-drop ice card, there's not that many synergies that I can think of. Not many places we want to play it. And I don't think this is like this doesn't really make me want to play Neon, you know? Because if I feel like if I have to play Astos to make Neon work, then both are not very good. The replace itself is so weird in a meta where you can just avoid. It's good versus, like, if we're thinking about this meta, it's good versus MBM. Where the MBM is going to still be good into the next set. I guess it's just because it exists, it's quite nice. If he dies on opponent's turn, you're 4 CP. Oh right, you can play any Astos. That's a very good point. Yep, thank you. So we can play Ultimate Weapon Origin, which is a shit card. The other Astos, when he enters, gain a crystal. Then you can on your turn do that effect. That's nice, kind of cute. They're all kind of bad, so they're all taking out a bunch of deck space. These two have EX burst though, and they're not the worst EXs in the world. It's a little rough. It's like, it feels like a 2.5, so I'm probably just going to give him a 2. And we'll just move on. I don't know though. I'm anticipating this card surprising me. Yeah. It's a 4 in your heart. Yeah. Do you know what rhymes with heart? Full up. Ultimate, we're going straight into Ultimate Weapon Origin. So yeah, activate him. You can only use his ability once per turn. Dull, deal 2k damage to all the forwards being controlled. So I guess the idea is, yeah, the other thing you can do is, if that first one dies, you can bring it this one. You get to do 4k on your turn, 4k spread. Still pretty dreadful, isn't it? Weapon, don't the old Mobius FF7 weapons have synergy with Job Weapon? This one sucks. Yeah, let me just move on so we can get through this. That card's bad. Crayclaw is my spoiler, so this is a 6. If you control 5 or more backups, Crayclaw becomes 4 with 9k. When he enters the field, choose one 4, deal at 5,000 damage. If your opponent has 2 or less cards, now deal 8,000 damage. Yeah, okay. Cool. I didn't even remember what it did, not gonna lie. Goblin. Pay 1 ice, dull, put Goblin into the Breaker Zone, choose one 4, deal it 3k, and dull it, draw 1 card. Ah. This is definitely better than the bomb. This is like way better than the bomb. So if the bomb was a 1, this is at least a 2. Can't stick to vessels 2. Yeah. Well, Goblin D's, you make a good point. You make a that's very reasonable. I really like this dull it part, man. I mean, I kind of think Seymour's a bad card now, but it does like dull Seymour. What other things does it dull? Annoying things, stuff that comes in off like Montleonis, things with haste. Seems reasonable. Seems very mono ice though, or like fire ice where you're playing Goblin. But like, are you playing this because you're playing fire ice and you're playing it because like you want to search off those goblins? Not really. So it's like really niche. Sopfo synergy though. Yeah. Yeah, we already kind of said if Astos is the reason to play Neon. The problem is if you put Goblin on the board to make Neon better, and just the way that works in my head, the speed at the pace of this game, you're basically playing 6 CP for Neon, and you're playing it in 2 colors. That's kind of shit. The Goblin is horny and very oddly angled on the arms. Sopfo synergy is starting to feel like nothing. I agree. I'm going to give this card. It's definitely better than the bomb, so I'll give it still give it a 1. What does the Ice Sopfo card do? Is there an Ice Sopfo card? There's not, right? Isn't it just oh, there's not. I'm just gonna give it a 1. I'm not gonna lie. I think this card's bad. I think this card sees 0 competitive play. Shiva, hello. What's going on here? To turn on the child-friendly feel on full arts like these, damn. We'll turn off. Select up to 3 of the 4 following actions. Choose up to 2 forwards, dull and freeze. Choose 1 backup, dull and freeze. Your opponent discards 1 card. All the ice forwards you control gain 3,000 power. Where's the downside? There's a summon, I guess. Shiva, I barely know her. Yeah. Thanks, Hargreaves. Oh, it's an F9 card. It is. Yeah, true. That's gone it there, isn't it? I don't even remember I don't remember Shiva in FF9. I'm sure she was there, but you know. Downside is a 5 cost with no body. I see a body. What are you talking about, mate? You don't get sponsors if you keep putting stuff on the screen. Yeah. This card seems really, really good. He's a hero, so it makes sense. 3 out of 4, bruv. Shit. They're all pretty good. And like 3 out of 4 are like always good. 5 cost. Boy. It's just good, right? It's like a 4. Did you ever get to the end of F9? I did. I did. Multiple modes also helps Seymour attack safely. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, I guess actually if you're playing... Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to reduce... the thing is, if you reduce this... So, okay, let's think about it from Seymour point of view. Seymour makes this card cost 1. Is that right? Seymour's 4 reduction, I think. So, play Seymour. Seymour's 6. So, with 7 CP in for the turn, plus losing the card from our hand, right? So, it's 9 CP to become... Dull freeze, 3 backups, 2 forwards, 1 discard. Is that good? I just feel like the card's good on its own. I don't think I need to worry too much about Seymour. It's a versatile miss. That's true. It's deep. Just summon stuff, man. Like, big summons. Sometimes they're just really broken because, like, they do a lot, and then there's some broken way of making it cheaper or making it do other things when you play it. It's also a card named Shiva. There's, like, these old Shiva synergies, right? Most of the Shivas are actually pretty... Not pretty... Most of the Shivas are quite... situational, do the same kind of things. This being modal is interesting. I think it's cool deck building. I don't know how competitively good it is. It's definitely a 3. It's probably a 6 for the art. I think we're going to just give it a 4. Yeah, I think it's just interesting card. There's not many cards in 4 so far, anyway. Man, I'm really liking this set so far. How many of you, by the way, have not seen, are looking at the cards similarly as I am and seeing this card for the first time? I'm curious how many people spoil themselves instantly or are waiting a bit to enjoy it with me. Une Flicker for the real gamers. It's pretty good, Une Flicker, yeah. I mean, it's not very cheap, but it has its value. Instantly, oh, this is the Shiva reprint. This card's pretty reasonable. 3. Right. Sid Reigns. This is a 0, right? When your opponent discards 1 or more cards, choose a character, don't freeze it. Discard 1, damage 3. Airstall, yeah, okay. This, oh, actually, so it's pretty bad. Specifically in a 13 deck. Specifically in a 13 deck, it's still pretty bad. But it just adds to the ice count, right? It's like slightly more playable than the other options. It's still pretty bad though, right? Is it even a 2? Card's bad. Okay, we'll give it a 1 and move on. Probably doesn't need that much talking about. Oh, we're on the second line of 1s. No, wait, you rate this card higher than Goblin. Fair. Shantoto, okay. My favourite card of the set. Let's put that in 6. Do we have anything... We've known about Shantoto for a long time. In people who have seen the set, is there anything else I need to know about? That makes this card more broken than it already is. It's also full art. It's also on the playmat that I used to do my other videos, so it's like a 7, maybe a 10. Versatile, all sorts of reasons this card's really good. Yeah, we don't really need to talk about it, right? If this card's just really broken. Anyone disagree? No? Fantastic. Alright, good talk. Move on. Speed through it. Chill. Why she look like that? This is completely different. Priming for 2, which costs 5 for 7. This better be good. When Jill on the field is 2, 4s, dull and freeze. The fuck? This will stay on the bottom end of 1. That card's awful. That's really, really bad. Which is fair, because it looks pretty weird. Starting to think she's a 5 because no more mage support. Did we need more? You don't like the frost coming off Shiva's ethereal upper leg. Yeah, fair. Zezat. Right, so hold on. I'm gonna go ahead. Is there a door? There's a Dorgan, right? There's no Dorgan. Why the hell am I here? Good morning, Viridian, my good friend. How are you? Not this set, shame. Alright, so we're just looking at it from its kind of base value perspective. Lightning Rod, 2 crystals, remove forward from the game. So when I first saw this card, I thought, the more I think about it, the more I think it's like, it just has these moments where it's incredibly broken. It's also full art. So it always looks broken. You know? Yeah, I know about the Kelga and Lightning. Yeah, I don't think Kelga makes this card better. Says that seems like a good Wall 7 target. Yeah, that's a good point as well, actually. I hadn't really thought about Wall 7. I was just thinking about it from like Icewind Crystals. Says Go. Really like this. I like it 3. Force the target and sack it value. I mean, that's the baseline, right? 2 crystals is the standard rate for killing something, I think now. I want to see. I think 3 is like the obvious baseline for it. I'm wondering if it's a 4. My first impression of it now. If he was 7k, he's never reaching 3, but he's 8k. Yep, 8k is very valuable. Wind Ice can turn 2, attack with Marsh, and then play this. It can. You're probably not going to have the crystals to actually use its effect at that point. So what I'm thinking there as well is like the most comparable card in Icewind is Ishtola, right? Which we're already usually only playing like 1 of, maybe 2. Is it better? Basically, what I was thinking from Icewind, is it better than Ishtola? As an ice card, Lightning Rod is then therefore comparable to Charlotte, right? Which is cheaper, fewer stat, better on damage 3, kind of thing. You need to combo this with Kelga for it to be good. Oh, so you think Kelga is what makes it good? I think it's a 4. It's solid in multiple archetypes. It's a good reason to give it a 4. I think 4 is very generous. Not every ice deck is a crystal deck. Yeah, I'm really thinking about it as the crystal ability is a bonus. You have to look at it as the lightning rod's the main thing. And it's a lightning rod on a 3 mana 8k where you want to be. If it was 9, it would be probably like a 5. That's what I'm thinking. As an 8, does it really knock it down 2 pegs? Like, okay, do you think if it was a 9k it would be a 5? So it does 1k less stat make it? I don't know. Ishtola doesn't take something with it, but it has it's a bigger range of cancels, and it can cancel board clears. Axstar Line? Ooh, Axstar Line. That's a very good point. Yeah. I think you talked me into a 4 though with that one, Richie. You know what's really annoying? Not being able to kill Axstar. Same thing as Charlotte in terms of defense. Yeah, this Axstar thing is interesting though. Maybe if you take a Sharpie or like a bit of Tipex and wipe out the Dawn, then it's a 5. Dies to Cloud, dies to Akstar. Dies to Akstar, yeah. Dies to the very thing he's trying to protect. There's some real FF stuff in there, right? The word Tipex and primaries. Alright, this is one where I'm gonna use my dictatorship powers. I'm gonna give him a 4. I'm happy to be wrong, but I would rather overestimate this card. I see some busted Amano art coming up for FF6. Let's go. Celes, hero. Choose nice. If your opponent controls 2 or more dull forwards, Celes cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons or abilities. Okay. When Celes enters the field, you may play 1 ice character across 3 or less. Whoa! Okay. Dull 2 active forwards. I remember a card like this. Ladies and gentlemen. A little light card, 2 CP, 5k. Well. Temu Yuna 3. Going at 4, man. See, this is the problem when I'm seeing the card completely for the first time. This, honestly, man, this seems really good. Oh, it seems really good. You're gonna have to talk me out of it. I know it only dolls 1. This card's really good, no? Plays backups, yeah, man. If it said forwards, pretty trash. Backups. Yuna dolls 2. Yeah, but Yuna's broken. Yuna's at 1 now, you know? Yuna was never meant to be. Not really. Plays Nimbus. See, Rich, you just talked me into it. Plays Aromas. Let's come on, man. You're just talking me into higher ratings. I want to give it a 5. You're not helping me. You're not helping me come lower. Plays Banana Sid. Yep, searches off and plays Banana Sid. Deploys Akstar on the stack. Doll Akstar and Doll Celes. Yep, to Doll... well... I guess. I feel like that's probably not that relevant. But yeah, it does do that. Stop Seymour. Play Go-Go now. I'm appreciating this Go-Go conversation. This is why we're here. I think it's a forward. So ice darling anyway. $1 forward for free to enable other cards. Big yes, darling. Honestly, free dulls. There's so many ice cards that become so much better if your dulling is free. Yeah, I think you've all taught me into it. This is why we have Twitch chat. I'm going to go for a 5. I think this card reads fantastic. I think the 7k is less relevant because of this other ability as well. It helps you fight for board in a lot of ways. All those lines of text help you fight for board because it can protect itself when fighting against other board. And a lot of things that kill these days are forward based as well. So they might have a doll dude already that you doll froze. So then they can't play a guy to kill Celes because then you'll doll 2, doll that one, and then it'll fizzle on the stack, right? You have these little tiny ice shitters that now get value when they would have been walled by a 9k. Yep, that's a good point. Sabin S to activate them all. FF6 needed some attention. That's cute. That is cute. There's a lot of good SLSs in FF6, so... Free kill for Jill every attack phase. Yeah, no, you play Jill off it. Yeah, we're good. That's a 5. Well done, chat. Onion Knight. Okay. I saw Onion Knight, and I was like, yeah. I had a feeling that was coming. Chadley. This card's shit, right? Place 1 research. Yeah, okay. So, okay, we could skip 2 in a row. Good work, team. Sarah, here we go. Obviously a legend. Should have been locked, but you know, here we are. When Sarah enters the field, you may search for 1 summon and put it into the break zone. You do choose up to 2 characters, doll them and freeze them. Man, this line of text has to be really irrelevant for this not to be broken. Put Terra into the break zone. Choose 1 summon. What the fuck is that? Let me read that again. Where's Nendi? I need a 7. Well, that might be the best card in the set. Oh boy. But Discord isn't being nice. Look, man. Discord, innit? I rate Twitch chat higher than I rate Discord, you know what I mean? Like, oh boy, that card's insane. Man, you know what I feel like when I looked at it? It helps that it's Amano art. I feel the same way I felt about this card that when I first read Atomos, the wind monster that is now banned. I read this card and I can't quite believe it. Terra and Coco shit. I wonder if it's deliberate how good these, how randomly these interact with Gogo. That's very good. Ban someone who suggests one of my banned cards. Wait, who suggested a banned card? Ban Coco. Oh boy. Bro, tell me, like, is there anyone in chat who in this chat, forget Discord, is there anyone in this chat who doesn't think this card is like top 3 in the set? Without me having seen any more of it, I think this is probably the best card in the set. I know Zaim said Earth is looking something really good in Earth. Why is this good? You're such a loser. So ban Viridian. You can pay 0 channel points to ban Viridian if you like. You like an Earth card more? There's a lot of room to cook. Foolish Burial in it. Safe. Seems mid to me, too expensive. Are you guys trolling now? I can't tell. Shit. Maybe I should move on. We're calling it the top end of 6s, and I think we're moving on. Oh man, this card's very, very good. Now, okay, sorry. Me just staring at it and being like, wow, is it doesn't say during your turn only. That's like, bro, you don't understand how vicious it's going to be to Shiva on their turn. And you don't even have to draw the Shiva. You just put it in the break zone, Dull Freeze 2. So their backups are dull on their turn starts. And then you're like, yeah, man, I'd like you to stay that way. Just get stuck down forever. You're lucky Eureka went to sleep. 8 CP for a summon and 2 Dull Freeze. It's not 8 CP though. It's not 8 CP. It's never 8 CP. When you think about it. So it's like you never need to do it until they aim removal at it, right? Obviously they don't ever have to aim removal at it, but it's a forward on the board, causing problems, you know? It's like the Cloud. The Cloud is like not a problem on the board, but it's still there. 8k trying to kill you. And it's ice cards, so ice cards want to try and kill you. Yeah, it's finally a good Terra as well. Yep, good generic Terra. You can Amat 2. Let's go. Paying 8 yeah, but you're never going to pay 8 in one turn. It's just there because like it's immediately Dull Freeze 2. I mean, I get it on the surface of like just playing it. Dull Freeze 2 is honestly, it's not that different. I mean, it's not doing it every turn like Seymour is, but it's still you're paying 6 with Seymour to get the discard. So you're paying 1 so they lose 2. With this, you're paying 1 less to just get the Dull Freeze 2. Man, that summon thing is so good. It also dumps more Shiva. Like, I'm not gonna. I didn't want to big it up too much because of the one Shiva, but like some of these cards are not dreadful. Or it's this one in particular, right? This one. If you have 6 or more Shivas, discard 2 from the hand. If you have 4 or more, also freeze them. Yeah, it's for forwards only, but it's just an interesting deck building perspective, right? There's a lot of, like we were saying about silver bullets, but you can also just dump Shivas in your break zone over and over again and maybe get value like this. It thins your deck, it does so many good things. Yeah, I think Yeah, I think you pay 8 to dull freeze 2 and cast a summon. Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to not look at it as you're paying 8 because okay, you are paying 8. Paying 8 over separate turns is different, but also dull freezing 2. So she's not a 5, she's a 3, right? If you dull freeze 2, you're paying less, especially in ice. Ice is always looking to remove resources than gain them. Like, that's the whole color of the element, right? The whole that's one of the main mechanics. Instead of drawing cards, you discard their cards, you freeze their backups, right? So it's just 3 mana, 8k. And then the 3 CP, if your opponent ever has to target removal at it, it's whatever that removal costs is the 3 CPs reduced by, right? So it's like, it's just there, annoying on the board. And whenever it's good for you, it's good for you. And it still plays the summon for less. So if you pay a 5-drop summon, like this new Shiva, it's that Shiva was already reasonable at 5. At 3, it's broken. And you can always play around Mist Dragon as well. It's pretty easy. Works with Bahamut Sin too, I think. The fuck is Bahamut Sin? Oh, this one. Isn't it an ice summon? Ooh. Oh no, it's any summon. Any light or dark. Wasn't even paying attention. Oh yeah, because we already talked about Amat, didn't we? Doesn't work with 5 CP Hecaton. Yeah, it does work, right? Just only on your turn. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we'll move on. It's actually been a little bit divisive in chat, but once again, I'm in charge. So, haha. Does it work with Bahamut Sin? Do we get to use the crystal stuff? It casts it without paying the cost, right? So you get to use both effects. I'm pretty sure. Tyro, this is just a Quistis with EX Burst for 1 extra CP. Because it's EX, you're probably going to play it. It's like worse than Whacker, but good enough. I feel like I wouldn't play this card if my EX Burst count's very low. But maybe. Ice has a lot of like just fine backups that like search things, do things. Yeah, it's like not exciting. I think it's a 3. Like, it's terrible without burst. It's unplayable, so it's only good because of the burst. Torgal. I really liked this one when I saw it before. If you control Clive or Jill, it becomes 0 cost. Someone's abilities must choose Torgal if possible. Yes, another lightning rod. If you control a category 16 4 than a Torgal, when he's put from the break zone, your opponent discards 1 card. So the discard 1 card, you can obviously play around it by having no hand, but if you have no hand versus an ice deck, that's normally to their benefit. I think a lot of people have already said they like the backup a lot for the utility it adds. This isn't just, I think this is just not always going to go in the same places as the backup. Like if you're playing mono ice with Emina to search Torgal, the backup one, so you can play Clives like they used to do. Obviously you're not going to be playing this one because that Torgal is too important. If you're playing already like the healthy mix of fire ice, then you might not need the Torgal. It's still, that Torgal is still very good for letting you discard ice cards to prime Clive and fire cards to prime Jill, but the lightning rod, especially when, well, I'm playing either, because Ifrit and Shiva are the most destructive of the icons, and the ones you most want to protect because they have more long-term value. This is very good because you play the dominant, then you play this for 0, then you prime, and if you play like the 4 CP Clive, there's still no window for them to respond before you get to prime as well, because the cost reduction is not an effect, not an effect that starts a stack. I think I prefer the back I'm playing 16, yeah. But it's fine outside of that. 4, just because it means your deck has to have Cat 16. So you'd think it was 5 if it wasn't so Cat 16 reliant, basically? Can play them in mono fire. Can do that. Is that good? That's interesting. Protect the Ifrit. Yeah, I feel like probably not, but maybe. You can play Axstar though, to be fair. You can actually play Axstar from hand by discarding this. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah. think it could be a 5 with this guy. It's definitely a 4. It's a safe 4. We're acting like this is some big competition, but I think this card's going to annoy me so much as well. I just think it's going to just murder me, man. I'm just going to be like, I really need to kill that forward, and there's a toggle in the way. Just looking at me all cute with those eyes. Look at those eyes, man. And also, you feel bad, like as a normal, like if you're like not a sociopath, which obviously I'm talking to Twitch chat, so could go one way or the other. But like, you kill this dog. It's tough. Like, you really have to sacrifice a part of yourself to do this. So I think because of that factor, which is very relevant, then we're going to give it a 5. I think it's better than Zezat actually as well. If I gave Zezat a 4, I'd probably have to give Torgal a 5 on the real talk. Go till it dies. This go bit is very good. This is why I love a bit of Twitch chat. Right, Knight. Very good card. Oh, actually, this card's pretty bad. It's like a 2 now. Mai. M-A-I. When Mai enters the field, choose... I read this card before. Choose a monster opponent controls. If it's 2 or less, break it. If it costs 3 or more. Yeah, I mean, it's got the utility because it is a 2-drop. So it doesn't feel bad to just throw one in. I think about that a lot. The face value of 2C backups. Like, oh, it has something that might sometimes be useful, so I'll just play it. There's a lot of good backups these days. There's a lot of good ice backups. I think this just almost never makes it. If Atomos still existed, yes. Atomos doesn't exist anymore. Therefore, probably bad. I'm trying to think. 2 or less. I don't care about the bouncing of 3 or more. That's dreadful. So we're killing a 2 or less. So we've got Wind Water at the moment. Like Malboro's an annoying card. It kills Sahajin Chief. If Mono Water is good. Maybe it's just like a tech option depending on the meta. So it's probably at least a 3. Ah, it's called the Break Zone, mate. It's resting on like another card game where it's the graveyard. Yeah. Hello, Sasha. Welcome, mate. 7 category relevant. Ooh. Yeah. True. For Tifa. Yeah, make a good point. Ice has an absurd number of 2CP silver bullets. Yep. Ice doesn't have monster answers. True. Searchable monster. Well, it's searchable because of Emina, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Again, it's a safe 3. Is it a 4? Because it's probably going to be relevant. Killing Sahajin Chief's pretty big. A lot of the time, if ice doesn't, like, a lot of the time water's going to beat ice, I feel like right now, is because they're going to live long enough to get the Sahajin Chief down. So if you can, like, force the Sahajin Chief out when it's, like, not at all good for them, then it allows you to come back when they've done that kind of big turn. Or they're just sitting on the Chief, waiting, and you can't quite kill them. Side deck card, yeah. If only. Yeah, makes bad matchups better. Safe 2, maybe 3. Interesting. I'll put it in 3. I'll go with Twitch chat on this one. I think it's fine. Like, I think it's unimpressive, but a lot of unimpressive cards end up being really meta relevant because they do specific things. Can break the ones that become a forward, yeah. Mog. Look at that little bum. Ah, dear. When Mog 6 enters the field, choose one dull forward. If you control 4 or more forwards, break it. Strong. When a forward opponent controls put from the field in the break zone, your opponent discards 1 card. It's pretty good. I feel like this is pretty easy. This is also another Mog to play in Warriors. Pretty easy to do. You can chain Akstar pretty easily. LB makes... This is just really good. It's probably a 5. Dadass? Yeah, probably a 6 for Dadass. We have Piss Mog, now we have Poop Mog. I guess it's from a certain point of view. I'm sure Amano didn't quite mean it like that, but, you know, modern times. Wall 7 target? Yeah, maybe. If you're playing Tyvas in Wall 7, probably, actually, yeah. Someone get inspired by the view. Hey, allow it. A Yu-Gi-Oh event, not an FF event. 4 because Clash name. Honestly, the 3 CP Mog in most decks now that play it is often 1. Often at 1. Because it's just less crucial. Well, the way the meta is at the moment, anyway. So this is actually like you're only really playing that off like the first Tyvas if you think it's going to be disruptive. A lot of the time as well, like Tyvus will come down and you want to get Firion in and start swinging or something like that. So I don't think the name Clash is particularly... I think having 2 options for the name actually makes it better in a way. Probably doesn't mean that much, but I think it's kind of... It's like really not that bad. 4 only good in Warriors. But it's really good in Warriors. Upside. It's also another Ice card to be able to discard for CP quite comfortably. Yeah, sometimes if a card's really broken in Archetype, we'd be at a 5 anyway. It's like Tyvas is only good in Warriors. Is Tyvas any less than a 6? You know? I understand Tyvas is Warriors and everything else, but it's like, yeah. Like, this is only good because Tyvas exists, but a lot of Warriors are only particularly... Like, Furion is only really, really good because Tyvas exists. You know, it's a good card anyway. Are we saying this is not a good card without Tyvas? We use the Noctis EX is almost always better. It's easier. No, kind of. It has its swings and roundabouts. Noctis being a burst is relevant though. Not bad with this being a 5. Guess the only on your turn makes it bad. Oh, that thing. What is that? Does that really? Oh yeah, because yeah. I just feel like if you resolve this card, you can kind of like win. And there's not many things in Warriors that I feel like you resolve a line where you win the game right there and then. But I think if you do, if it just means your opponent has even less room to play into, because you can play into Tyvas Axstar and Bait on Axstar quite easily. I don't know if you can play into Tyvas Axstar Mog now. So I think it's a 5. I think it's a 5 when we move on, because obviously we're not pressed for time, but you guys are pressed to get back to your lives at some point. I guess so am I. Yeah, and it lives, so it will just do the effect again. Yeah, and you really want to aim your removal at Axstar and Tyvas. It's the least of your problems, right? So it's either ball clear or it's just going to sit there pooping. Yeah, very good card. Very, very good card. Ariman. This is the kind of Ariman I want to see. This is going to be dreadful, isn't it? Put Ariman in the break zone, choose a 4 to cost 5 or more, deal at 7k. Why does it look that cool and it's that bad? What on earth is this doing? Anyway, yeah, this is a 0 because it's a bad full art. Normally I give 0s to bad full art, so yeah, we'll make sure this is always at the end of the ones. Yeah, honestly, if it's a bad full art, I put it even lower rather than upper. I think if it's vaguely playable, it bumps it. You know, maybe not the best logic in the world. Yeah, I'd probably rather play Chadley. Yeah, Adele. Hero, when you haste when you discard 1 or more cards due to an ability, choose 1 FFTA2, gains 2000 power. When she attacks, you may discard. When you do activate, Adele can attack twice in the same turn. So obviously can't attack more than once. Not like that Tifa legend. This one's wacky because I've read it before, of course, been spoiled for a while. 2 damage, any discard activates, doesn't have to be a specific category or anything. 2 damage in wind. It's interesting, it's new, right? This kit needs another card to make sense. Are you talking about the Luso? I do know about the Luso, if that's what you're talking about. I don't think the Luso makes it like that better. I think the on the face value, this card has to be good. Otherwise, it's not good. Like the synergy, I know the synergy between Luso is only okay. Zidane slot, yeah, it's fair. 2 damage. It's really hard to rate a card when, like, in a wind decks, this wouldn't see play, right? Because it's trying to create a more aggressive style of wind deck. Like, would I play it in Icewind? No. Yeah, I wouldn't, right? So I think I want to give it a 2, but I feel like that's so lazy giving it a 2 because I don't really understand it as a concept. I think it's a 2. I think you're right. Oh, it's me. Don't look handsome. Choose up to 3 forwards opponent controls. Deal them with 5,000 damage. Interesting. It's a lot of 5k. Is that good? It's a hero. Win summons are normally very bad. At least the ones they've made over the past, like, 20 sets. Good with Lulu and Belgamine. This is definitely not good with Lulu. Don't allow me, bruv. I'm playing. I'm not playing. Oh, it's okay, I guess. 4 CP to kill one guy, maybe kill some more, because Lulu costs 1. No, wait, but she's adding the Alexander back and immediately playing it. Is that? So it's just a Lulu becomes 6 CP, right? 6 CP, kill one guy, maybe kill another. That's not very good. Kills Laswell, yeah. I was immediately thinking that. Need another 4k to finish it. But Belgamine is probably the relevant one. If Knights see play, I'm pretty sure the way the set's going, Knights is either like the best deck or terrible. Yeah, with some of the Fire and Ice cards I've seen. But none of those cards are actually Knights. It's just more like cards that are reasonable in Knights. Belgamine is a 4k AoE, right? Yeah. Pretty good with Belgamine. Second summon in the turn, right? It's a tough one. I like the way it looks. I love Mobius Art, man. Gets past the Torgal, so maybe it is very good. It does. I think it's a safe 3. I don't know. Win summons are always so weird though, man. Because like a lot of win summons seem playable, and then you try to put them in a win deck. That's hard. Alexander and Valafor. Look, 8k AoE for that amount of CP is good, but the other extra steps maybe not so much. Kill Gawain, Charlotte, and I mean, honestly, actually, it does give Wind game versus Knights. That's a good point. So if this was like out before, I'd definitely rate it higher. It's out now, and I just said Knights might either be the best deck or terrible. But I think it's probably more on the line of terrible. But Knights is always a presence. Searchable, yes. Yeah, you're right. I did think about that, but I didn't want to say it out loud. Kills Fran, Pentalo, Balthier on a Lulu board. Yep, again, we're thinking about it from old perspective, and you're right, from old perspective, it has a lot of utility. It just does cost 3, but it wouldn't cost any less than 3, would it? Ovelia screws with this? Yeah, some of the lists play it. It's like if Knights was really good, and then this was good because Knights are good, then Knights would then play Ovelia to try and counter it, sure. Yeah, okay. I think that's a safe 3. I'll move on. I think it's interesting. It's cool. It's new. It's definitely new. We don't really have a win summon like that, surprisingly, that does the right amount of damage. Yeah. Wall. This is the worst one, right? When Wall deals damage to opponent, choose one forward, cost 5 or more. Break it. Yeah, so this is the Wall that's supposed to be used with Maya, but you're playing 2 bad cards to kill a 5-drop. And you have to pay a crystal if that 5-drop's active, because most 5-drops have 9k. This card sucks. Cool. Yeah, his outfit also sucks. Aerith. When a category 7 character is put from your hand or deck into the break zone due to summons or abilities, add it to your hand. This effect will trigger only once per turn. Does this do something? Someone tell me if this deck part is relevant. Shame this doesn't work with Opus 14 Barrett. Is that the one that like has a cost for like discarding or something? This doesn't work with costs, right? It's a bit like Dark Worlds and Yu-Gi-Oh! Good with the new Vincent Mill. I don't know about that, but yeah. if you mill 2 category 7 characters, yeah, if we're playing if we've somehow got a 50 card FF7 pile, or close enough. Mega Sisters finally playable? Yeah, so what's the deck part? Just the Vincent. Nice drop for nice 3-drop for Bart's Icewind Crystal. Is it? Handle deck. It's because handle deck, it's not field. Don Corneo memes. True. Works with Raijin and Fujin. It does. Man, you're really not selling me here. Abilities part doesn't count S abilities. No, yeah. So S ability is discarding for a cost. Yeah. Yeah. Whoever said it was cool. Someone said it was a cool design. It is a cool design, but it's Oh yes, that one. Yeah, it's a cool design, but I think it fails to ever hit the mark. I also feel like Aerith is one of those cards. It's very hard to. The card has to be so good. If we're thinking FF7 synergy. Because you got the LB. If we're playing win cards with FF7. Maybe there's not that many good Aeriths you actually want to play. I think I'll just give it a 1. Yeah. Works against discard. Oh, it does work against discard. Yeah. 7k though. Small. Could be good. I think it's bad. Right. This is Mum, right? When Elmira enters the field, you may search for one card named Aerith, add it to your hand. Choose one card named Aerith. It gains this character cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities until the end of the turn. That doesn't make me feel any better about Aerith. It does search backups. And we got this Aerith from Opus 1. That's quite good. So is this good enough for that? What deck would we put that in? We've got Sid Highwind, Aerith, Elmira. So you've got a good amount of backups for FF7 Wind. Is there enough synergies in Wind to warrant playing it? Like, am I playing it in Icewind? Is there an Aerith that does crystals? No. Seems hard. Search is light Aerith. Is that card good? Anymore? Protecting the Kutkulane Aerith is good. Yeah, but like, am I playing this? Am I playing this to search that card? The one I have my eyes on, the one that catches. Oh yeah, true. Actually, this gets better with a searcher and it being a Category 7 backup. Yeah, I was looking at this card and thinking, is it any good? Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Good versus ice as well. We're going to need good versus ice this set for sure. Yeah, you think it's a Lightning Wind card. That's the problem. In Lightning Wind, the LB Aerith is super important. So you normally don't want to add, you definitely don't want to add a backup Aerith in that deck most of the time. This is super important for getting Cloud when you really need it. It blanks Yoran Orin. Is that a card in the set? This is a broken card in the set I haven't gotten to yet. Is this the Earth card? That sounds like a very Earth name. I think this card's fine. I think it's probably a 3 just because it's like interesting. I generally give most playable backup searches 3s. Oh, is Yoran Orin the mage? The 7-drop. Yeah, cool. Dancer. When Dancer enters the field, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Add 1 forward across 3 or less to your hand. Turn the others to the bottom of your deck in any order. At the end of your turns, activate Dancer. It's probably a reasonable Dancer card, right? Dancer fans? Pretty sure this is good. It's good with Yuna. No joke. I was about to say good with Sellers, but actually, wait, is it good with Sellers? No, I mean, it's probably not good with Sellers. Like, I don't think you're probably playing that in the same deck. Is the Sellers dull Category 6 or dull anything? Dull anything. Yeah, it's good with those kind of cards. I guess Dancers as an archetype, but it's good with those kind of cards. This seems like minimum 2, probably a 3. Snugs, you still here? Is this good? You tell me. It's probably in a meeting. Card is a 2 or 3. I'm gonna quickly go through it. I think it's the 3. And then Snugs can tell me that. Garuda. Legendary Garuda. Okay. This card needs to be really good because most of the Benedictors are pretty crap. When Garuda deals damage to your opponent, or when Benedictor primes into Garuda, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. Add 1 wind character among them to your hand, or play 1 wind character among them onto the field, and put the rest of the card in the break zone. Okay. Aerial Blast. Garuda deals your opponent 1 point of damage. You can only use this ability during one turn, 1 per turn. Okay, so who gives a shit about that? I mean, it probably comes up, but like, that's not why it's good. Yeah, so if you play the other Benedictor on damage 3, right, this one maintains the haste, so it can attack straight away. So this is a comeback mechanic for wind on 3 damage, especially if they don't kill the Benedictor on stack to it gaining haste. 6-7 from Richie, alright. Why did wind wake up and chose violence? Play Barts, you know that? When it deals damage to your opponents, not specifically when it attacks. We can give this haste with other things, right? But they won't be wind things. Is that true? Like Fire Sage, you know, that kind of thing? Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. So if the Benedictor lives, then it's super broken on damage 3. But the Benedictor starts a stack, is always been the problem with that card. Oh, the new Benedictor gain haste. I have read it, but I don't even remember what it does. Let's quickly go ahead. Is it like the fucking last concept? Okay. Then you can choose 2 win back out. If any job icon you're in, you're removed from the game. Oh, that's pretty broken. Naturally now, isn't it? I thought this card was bad, but I guess the Garuda is so good. So this is 4 CP Garuda. We just have to remove an icon from the game. How do we do this in Mono Wind? This is where we're most concerned about it. Obviously, because it plays wind characters. How do we remove this stuff from the game? There's loads of ways in wind, right? I feel like there's a bunch of like things that just remove a card. Oh, the S ability, right? Of course, yes. The L ability triggers the effect. Yeah, true. Edge. It's a good card. I rate that card. Yeah, I was thinking Dryad, but that's very late. Prime twice? Oh right, yeah, the first one always gets removed, huh? Citra? Yep, Citra. Edge gives you an edge. So this card's pretty broken. This is good, because Wind really needed something like this. I read it, and I thought it was really good, and I didn't react the same way I did to Terra, because I'm like, I think this is like a card Wind needs, not a card that like puts it over the edge, even though we're talking about edge. Oh, Dorgan can remove your own stuff as well. Yuffie can't, but Dorgan can. Yeah, nice. Okay. We don't have any good Garuda. The other Garuda's bad, so we don't particularly want that for S fodder. I wonder if it's ever good. Maybe it's good as a second priming target, right? But you're probably always playing this one. And then obviously, yeah, we don't need to think about, you know, the ceiling of the card is infinite. Yes, it can play Barts, it can play anything. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's obviously really good. I'm just trying to, like, when a card is so obviously like good and necessary, try and think about how it shapes the meta. I think Wind was like probably dead without a card like this. I think Ice was just going to trample it. So this is a way for Wind to come back. Mono Wind crystals hit Barts off this. Is Mono Wind crystals a thing? I guess could be. There's probably an argument that you could probably play this in Ice Wind anyway, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll give this a 6 and move on. Sky's the limit, feel free to keep talking about it in chat. I will definitely be thinking about it later. Does Wind have any top deck manipulation? I don't think so. Sorry if you can hear the kids screaming in the background, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if it does. I'm not about to check either. When a job chocobo or guy named chocobo enters your field, activate Chloe. This effect will trigger only once per turn. Yeah, so there's a good backup. It's not as good as the FF15 Iris that untaps multiple times per turn, as far as I'm aware. I believe it does. Because that card, I remember wanting to build around that card because it wasn't once per turn. Yeah. But this is because it triggers off backups. Otherwise, it would be too good. But yeah, this card. What do we think? You can play this because you can play Chocobo. You're still going to be playing Chocobo Sam, of course. You're going to have this, but if you go this turn 1 and then play Fat Chocobo turn 2 because you hard drew it, you got 1 CP extra to do something else with. I'm trying to think how relevant the 1 CP is going to be in the early game, which is what Wind really cares about when it comes to its backups. And it's also like, how many Chocobo forwards are we going to be playing in a normal mono-Wind deck, right? A non... Because obviously in a Chocobo deck, you're going to play this card, right? So in a non-Chocobo deck, is it good? 2 CP with lots of good texts. Yeah, I can say that about a fair amount of cards and just slap a rating on them. 1 CP, usually LB Emperor. True. True, makes that kind of cheaper. Disruption tool. Trying to think. There's no like what Chocobo backups have we got? I might as well check that actually. So I think it's just the crummy one and Chocolate and Fat. Yeah. So I'm trying to think if there's any way where if you have Chloe on turn 1, you'd have to use the CP before playing Chocolate on its own or Chocobo Sam. And yeah, seems okay. I mean, it's probably really good in a Chocobo deck, and it's okay otherwise. It's probably a 4. Good support, probably generically playable. Yeah, if you can turbo backups down. But you have to draw it specifically in the way of like you're drawing the backup that you wanted to search, and you had this turn 1, and then you have a 3-drop. It's a lot of ifs. I keep wanting to play Botanist. Botanist, is that the one that you choose a character without multiplay and add another copy to your hand? Is that the one? Or is it add the same job? Billy. This one's not very good, right? Job Chocobo forwards, gain 3,000 power. You may search for 1. Chocobo costs 3 or less. I mean, sorry, it's not very good as a generic card. This is fine in the Chocobo deck itself. Yeah, this is just good in Chocobos. Good support. 3. Other one, exile your own guy, play a 3 backup. Ah, right, that's the FF14 one, right? The Earth one. Yeah, could be a thing. Definitely interesting. That's another thing about this set, right? We've already seen cards that are very broken, but there's a lot of things to build around. Very cool. Very gets the deck building senses tingling. 5 CP 5k is harsh. A lot of them. I mean the old Chocobo Knight always felt a little bit harsh at 3k as well. It's always like that, deliberately kind of underpowered in terms of stat. Yeah, I mean it's a shame that the backups it plays are all currently 2-drops. Sophia. If category Sopfo forward, your controller's dealt damage, reduce it by 1,000. When Sophia enters the field, choose 1 wind character of cost 2 or less and breaks enemy controller carry Sopfo character on the sphere, play it onto the field. There we go, that's a bit better. Well, that first line of text was setting us up for disaster. Right, here we are again. Sopfo. I just want to look at all. I looked at all the backups originally, right? So there's no wind one. Isn't Sophia like the only this and there's a Jack Garland, right? Yeah. Oh, it's Princess Sarah, right? Duh. It's pretty good. It's pretty good actually, yeah. Any wind. See, a lot of the time these ones aren't that great because the other effect is like pretty medium. So it's like you're paying like the rate you're playing a forward you don't really care about to bring back a wind 2 or less, and I just feel like this is like just worse than like cloud in that sense, because fire 2-drops are going to be on average better than wind 2-drops, and it's also pretty easy to bring back wind 2-drops when you want them with like Azura. Yeah, it can play Zidane. Like, just because it can play Zidane, do I want to spend space on this and this? I think. So what says it's wind character? It like doesn't do. I'm assuming the monster in this thing is wind, right? No, it's not. It's a 3. What? Sorry, is it? The monster in this is wind. Yeah, sorry. As in, it's not a. You can't even get the monster back. This seems weirdly out of place card. I think I'm going to go for that a 1 because I think it's bulk. Chocobo. When Chocobo ends the field, you may dull 1 active when forward. This Chocobo gains haste if you do. When it attacks, reveal 3, add 1 to your hand. This is a good Chocobo card. As far as regular cards go, this is not good. Where does that put it in the Chocobo scale? Chocobo enjoyers, explain it to me. How good is this card? So it would be 10k with that guy. Yeah. Yeah, so obviously the point is that Billy brings this out. You dull Billy. This attacks as a 10k. But is that good? Because like, I'm just going to compare everything, right, that does that to Cloud. Billy is 5 to bring out a 3, but the 3 is worse than Fire 2s. And Billy is smaller than Cloud. This is like 3 times better than the Joshua we almost gave a 2 rating for. Yeah, you're probably right. That was early days. I was yapping in that time. I'm still yapping, but yapping a bit faster. Unfortunately, it looks like one of the better Chocobo forwards. In the sense of you mean better, but the bar is not very high, right? So it's in contention for a 6 then. As long as in Chocobo deck and nothing else. Well, of course, but when it's so specific, I guess it doesn't really matter. In a Chocobo deck, it's a 5, so it's probably a. This is a 4. I said you only play in a Chocobo deck. In a Chocobo deck, it's a 5, so I'll give it a 4. That didn't make any sense, but the point is, move on. Stray Chocobo. When active, Stray Chocobo becomes dull. Activate it. Effect will trigger once during your turn. When it becomes dull, choose one full gain 1000 power. So it's like a small Chocobo. So in theory, every time you play Chocobos, you're playing the fat Chocobo that adds a bunch to your hand. Having a cheap body in that, hopefully draw 5, seems okay. I don't see what benefit does it get from activating it with Barts, right? Yeah, so you can dull it for that Chocobo, the 3-drop we just went had, and then you can also dull it for Barts in the same turn. So it's just like a synergy package within this set that also just goes within the deck. This is definitely not a free haste. I think we've got very different ideas of free. Does it matter that it's job Chocobo rather than card name Chocobo as well? Is that relevant? Obviously it's not multiplay, but there's some things that require name specifically, right? Can't remember. But yeah, that one's so let's look at them all 3 together then. So Barts. So you're gonna play Barts, add those 2 guys back to your hand. You're gonna play the 1-drop. No. Yes. You're going to play the 1-drop, then play the 3-drop, dull the 1-drop, then Barts is going to dull it, and then you get to deal 4k a bunch of times, hopefully. And not very strong, is it? If I had 1 CP Sprouts to discard this ramp, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think from the Bart's perspective, Stray Chocobo's like almost unnecessary. I don't think I'd rather just play a more productive forward and just dull it for the turn than I am trying to do 3 CP Chocobo plus Barts on this Stray Chocobo in the same turn. So this is probably like goes in the deck, but it's probably a 2 because it's not very good and doesn't come up very much. Feels like a sealed package, not constructed. I mean, yes, but then it's competing with, you know, fire and ice cards. It's 4 CP, fat only adds cards named Chocobo? Let's find out. Yes, yes, that's true. There you go, big one. Okay, so this card's even worse. It's probably a 1. Good point, Jezza. We're definitely playing Yuna in the Chocobo deck, yeah? I'll put Yuna in anything, man. That card's broken. We can't play Stern Leonis anymore, you know, so we're going to have to make do with a limited card instead of a banned one. And then on subject of Bart's, so it adds characters, so it can't add summons. They didn't want us to have too much fun with this guy. Artwork's very cool, so that gives it a bonus point. What I like about Bart's is that, obviously it's meant to be Chocobo focused, but I like Bart's because you can play it onto an already kind of established board, so it helps you fight for board a bit better. Lets all your smaller stuff up trade. Lets you potentially kill things. Chocobo decks sometimes have party attacking synergies, so you get to swing 2, deal 8 at once, which is also pretty good. So as far as a card goes, it's good. It's supporting what I still think is going to be a weaker archetype. It's very future-proof for the archetype. The name clash is a bit annoying because Bart's Bocco, but I guess Bart's Bocco is never really a Chocobo deck. What is it Bocco does? Draw a card, right? Oh, when a party deals damage to your opponent. Well, it has the party aspect going for it, at least. Again, as far as Chocobo support goes, it's a 4, so yeah. We're saying Benedicta. So because the Garuda is broken, this is on average better than the other Benedicta in most decks, so we just kind of put them next to each other. That's fine. Oh, did I put that in 6 though? The Benedicta itself is not a 6, it's definitely a 5. Another action ability for Go-Go technology. Ah, yes. Right, we got Great Malboro. I remember reading this card, I think it was broken. If you control 5 or more, becomes 8k. When it enters the field, your opponent reveals their hand. Select 2 cards in their hand. Your opponent removes from the game. Any of your opponent's turn, add them to the owner's hand. So as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I appreciate, or former Yu-Gi-Oh player, I've shed that disgusting skin. Cards that let you look at your opponent's hand and get rid of them even temporarily, very good. The fact this is the 2 at once is pretty vicious. And it being a monster, honestly, this card probably shouldn't be able to turn into a forward. It's got like, it's good enough kind of thing. So therefore, if it's good enough without that effect, it's definitely one of the best, if not the best of this line. There's so many situations a card like this can be very powerful. Kadaj is one of them because you get to remove their response to a Kadaj if they have one already, or the CP to cast that response and then discard it. You get to remove the dead cards from their hand, bounce forwards with Kadaj. So Kadaj already is very good. This comes in off Golbez. So, you know, Golbez likes being able to bring out Cerberus to be able to kill things. But if you don't need to kill things, if you just want to temporarily slow them down, because a lot of Golbez decks can be heavily set up, and then you can sack this off for Witch of the Fens later. Yeah, it just seems very, very good for buying time at the very worst. It reads so well to me that it feels like a 6, and that's probably going to be where we're going to be divided here. Being a Marlboro card is an instant 6. Does it look like people at locals? Yes, it does. This is, I think, honestly, I think what we should do at locals is we get one of these foil, of course, and then it ends up with one of the Marlboro gang, and then when you beat them, they have to hand you the card, and you become the Great Marlboro. And then every time you lose, or every time the person who has the card loses, they have to pass it to the next person. There was actually another There was a first aid kit from Fortnite that this got done with as well, but I think this is more FFTCG focused. Even when you go to a Materia Cup, you give this to, if you're the Great Malboro at the time, you give this to anyone who beats you, and then it like travels around the world. So I think for that reason it's a 7. It don't die to Amat. If this gets Amat though, that's good for you, innit? Wonder if they search Wall 7 if it's good to remove it to let us find a cancel turn 1. Yeah, there's reasons like that. Just buying time, yeah. It can also remove ultimate shields, right? I like this. Only one on my team thought this was good. The other side helps us get lethal. Card's very solid. I think it's a 5. Need to find a way to loop it for 6. Is there a way to loop it? Is there a way to loop 3 CPs? 3 CP monsters? I don't know, I just think the fact you can sack it off a witch after it's already ruined your opponent's life. If you don't finish or take advantage of that turn, it's just 3 mana 8k. Yeah, that's probably what, like, as in it needs to line up. That's the reason that probably it's like not always good. So maybe it's not a 6, maybe it's not a 5. The med kit and the yellow sleeve, yeah. Larketius, Ice Earth. Yeah, hard to fit Witch. I feel like it's only really particularly good with Witch or with Kadaj. Like it needs a synergy partner, so therefore it can't be really a 6. 5 backups, just Chocobo it. Yeah, sure. Renoa it at 5 backups. Here we go. Water Realm. What, that FF6 one? Or what other realm is there? I'll bounce it with this one. Is that what you mean? Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think maybe 6 is definitely too much for it. I think I could argue it's a 5. I'm going to go on this safe side, say it's a 4. There you go. Water Realm, free 1 crystal. Yeah. That's a good point. Nice little synergy there. Do you get the 2 cards back if it's removed from the field? Yeah. It creates like a lingering state that's not to do with the card itself. Yeah. So they do get them back no matter what. And then Dragoon, our last card. There you go. Right, with halfway through. We have been live for 2.5 hours. Anyway, we're nearly there. Maybe your opponent forgets and is then forced to discard for hand size. Oh yeah. Lucille, member of the Chocobo Knights. And a Chocobo. Who the fuck's Lucille? Oh, that Donnie. Oh, is she actually a Chocobo? I don't really remember this character very much. When Lucille enters the field, if you control 3 or more Job Chocobo and a card named Chocobo, draw 1 card. Dull 1 active Job Chocobo or child named Chocobo other than Lucille until the end of the turn. Lucille's power becomes 8k. It's good. Nice full art. Includes herself. Doesn't have a very memorable third effect. Well, I guess it's interesting because if you're thinking in your mono wind, you're always going to have. It's not any X burst is the problem. I guess that doesn't really matter. You don't really have 3 Chocobo backups down, but it's probably a 3. Oh, we're not even done with wind yet. What did I make you think we were done with wind? Luso. When Luso enters the field, you may search for up to 3 category FFTA2 forwards with a total cost of 6 or less and play them onto the field. Can you attack phase during each of your turns? Choose one category FFTA2 forward. If there are 4 more different elements among the character you control, gains haste until the end of the turn. Yeah, so it's just really exactly like going on this kind of aggro wind. So category FFTA2 forwards. Can play Vaughn. Plays Balthier as well, right? Is it Balthier TA2? Or is it just FFT? Maybe it's just FFT. Right, chat, explain to me. I'm going to lose to this grabbing 3 hasters and killing me turn 2. I'm a hater, okay, as Luso's a 2. Hit this off Garuda. Yeah. Gonna live in a world where Knights get out aggroed by Mono Wind. The Fremelda stuff is so pipe dream. Ah, okay. There are 4 more different elements. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, which are the Fens? But it's then, I mean, obviously, you don't have to play. You don't have to actually search for 3 Donnies. You can just search for 2 3-drops. So we're thinking about it as like probably like a Del Witch, maybe, or only activates wind characters. What are the elements it's trying to play? It's very awkward, huh? It's trying to play like Ilua. Like, what's it actually trying to do? Because it can't play other Lusos, obviously, outside of title format. So it's obviously one of them's a Del. There has to be something in mind. A Del, Ilua. What's the last one? Three Dragoons for 9k. Oh, this one's FFTA too. That's cute. Oh, that's very cute. Is that the only Dragoon though? Otherwise, that would probably be playable with in like Wind Dragoons. What's the other forward I'm missing? Fremelda 2/1 CP hasters, and Fremelda plays Renoa from hand and flickers to get more Donnies. That's pretty cool. There must be another. There's always like 3 targets that it's made in mind with. It used to be Lightning Guy. What, just the ninja? Is there a ninja? Assassin. No, but one of them wants to gain haste, or is it just we give Luso haste? I don't get it. Like Elementalist? What's that? Choose one forward you control. It cannot be. That sucks. Plays 3 Dragoons and Wall LB. Yo! That's cool. Maki. If you control Alice, you get to in the field, choose one, job dual horde, and you play X. But he costs 3, right? So you'd have to play him with Witch or something. Okay, so basically no one can tell me what the other true drop is that's ideal. We haven't figured that out yet, that's fine. We can play Chocobo Knight. Broken. It's just Assassin, right? Okay. So we play Assassin, Adele. Oh, it needs 4 more different elements. So we've got Ilua, Assassin. So, but it is Adele. Why is it so awkward? So what would you play instead of? Because you want to give the Luso haste. That's how it would work, right? So, what's the third element for a 2? Let me just look at 2 drops. So I'm spending a lot of time on this card because I don't really understand it. Defender. That sucks. Playable, though. Well, no, it doesn't gain haste. So it has to be something with haste. So there's nothing. There's nothing else that gains haste. Red Ilua. Yeah, but you're playing Dark Ilua, right? That already has haste, and that's already named Ilua. I mean, 3 hasters is still turn 2 lethal. Yeah, but I just thought there would be like something I was missing. For 4 elements, it's Fremelda, Ilua Fire, and Yuan Earth Aligning. Thank you, there we go. That makes a lot more sense to me now. This is very powerful all of a sudden, because it allows you a lot of different deck building point of view. Oh, 3 assassins and Wall LB. Okay, so Fire Ilua, Yuan. That's really cool. That's a really cool card. Okay, I like this card now. I thought this card was shit. So this Adele is actually like a gigabait, right? Oh, I guess Adele does 2 damage, so I guess it circumvents the missing element. And if you do have another element anyway, like if you have Dark Illua in hand, you can just play that for any CP. Okay. So what was... Okay, sorry. I spent like 5 minutes trying to figure out the card, maybe 10. Is this card like really good? Obviously, this is the biggest Amaterasu bait in the entire universe. But like, it makes me think of Nuct more. Resolves. Obviously, it sucks versus Mog 6. It sucks versus auto cancel. Like, you know, I know the Light Bahamut cancels autos. Doesn't work against that. Yeah, sorry, the mic might just come out by itself. Did you hear me about asking if this card is good? Sorry, I don't know. It's like Glenn. It's better than Glenn. I mean, it's better than Nuct as well. But like, I don't think either of those cards are particularly good. The Glenn stuff was like cute, playable. Like in my head, because I think it's so interesting, it could be a 5. Nuct is 9k. So? If it gets hammered, you still lose. In this strategy, the guy living is important. Yeah, but Nuct actually wants to live over turns because he plays 1 per turn. This guy just plays everything at once. That's what I mean. It's just like you can play 3 dudes, you can play 2 dudes. You're always playing 2 dudes, right? There's nothing like massive in this element. They're all 4s or less. That aren't named Luso. Yes, you're always playing 2 dudes. So it's a curated Corilla for 8 CP. Curated Corilla. I remember I thought Corilla was bad when Corilla was spoiled. And it ended up ruining my life. Yeah. Maybe play some kind of Garuda Gacha. I was thinking about that, but I think that's the sort of deck you will build, Richie, and have a lot of fun with. But I would just never touch it with a 10-foot pole. With 1 Luso and 1 of each target. Okay. That's going a bit too much. Quality of target's not great. I think I don't know. I think the quality of the targets is interesting because I think it's like, how do you revive an archetype that never really existed? Which is kind of the question Luso's asking, you know. Witch of the Fens is a very good target, right? We know this is a very good card. So what does Witch of the Fens pair with as far as 3-drops go? Or 3s plus 1, you know? Because there are some okay 1-drops. I guess the Fire Allures. I mean, it has haste. I don't know, it just seems really interesting. I'll give it... Okay, let's just try and move on, I suppose. This was the last card in Wind. I really like Wind cards. I think I'm going to give it a 4. I'm going to give it a 4. It's either probably a 5 or a 0, ultimately. But yeah. Anyway, move on to Earth. So we are halfway, and it has been... Yeah, basically 2 hours. Anyway, Arden. This card sucks. Yes, okay, this card's bad. Looks funny though. Put him into 1. -1, good idea. Ash! What's going on here? It looks like a Dragon Ball card. When Ash, a job monk, or monk support, or a card named Monk enters your field, choose 1 forward, gains 2,000 power and brave. Okay. When Ash enters the field, you may search for 1 job monk or card named Monk and add to your hand. Then if you control a character stop other than Ash, you may play 1 job card plus 3 or less from your hand on the field. So it's a better Mart. Right, so it's just power creep on Mart. Very good. We needed power creep on Mart. Then we control other than Ash. Let me just look at all Sopfo characters now because I've had multiple reasons to check. How many have we got in Earth? Oh, we've got Dragon Zombie. That's quite cool. Dragon Zombie is like hard to play early though. Oh, I got Moogle Sopfo. Ooh, we got Moogle Sopfo. Interesting. Okay, and this does what again? Ooh. Oh, it's a forward. It's not a backup. I'm retarded. Sorry, excuse me. I mean, I knew it wasn't a backup because I've seen there's only 4 Sopfo backups. Hard to get that effect off, huh? Very broken though. It's Mart and Young in 1 card. Except it can't play Ursula. Water, Earth, LB, Warrior of Light, Sobfo. You don't say. The +2 means you can Sophie fast. Oh yeah, I guess that's not. Yeah, that's not relevant. I mean, well, yeah, we care. It's more like you. I always expect the first line of text to be the one that's like, ooh, and when it's bad, I'm like, oh god. Hope that second line's good. Can play standard units. Yeah, the thingy one can play monks. Yeah. 3 CP Dark Jack Garland to search. Oh yeah, I forget about Jack Garland. Yeah, he just searches anything Donny, right? It's cute. Is that good? It's a lot in one guy. I mean, it's basically Young without the the biggest problem with Young is that Young requires 1 damage, which was fine back in the day, but not fine now. So we're getting the search for the extra 2 CP, but we have to have a Sopfo on board to really get the most use out of it. But if we play this off Young, then we can do some big boy things. We only have 1 Sophie. We still don't have a good target for Ursula. Is there a 2-drop monk in this set? Is that a Galuf or a monk? Or neither? It's a Galuf, okay. There's no monk in this set, right? Yeah, it's pulling it down. I think it's a 3. Funny full art as well. Yeah. Seems like good support, but the archetype really needs like another big card. Archetype needs like a legend that's not named Ursula, really. Alright, Ignis. Oh yeah, I really like this Ignis. So, Ignis and the new Prompto. So, again, you've all probably put 2 and 2 together by now if you've been looking at the set for a while. But this Noctis can search backups. And I think as we're getting into Earth now, we're going to see more things where I'm thinking about Versdale or just Category 15 Edelas. It's a lot of colours, but this can search for 2-job retainers. The Ignis is a top 5 checker that adds a character. And then Prompto is sorry, this isn't a backup. But Prompto is a backup, right? I'm not stupid. Can I see it from here? I know it's in lightning. Or is that a forward? Oh, it's a forward, isn't it? Oh, never mind. Well, I thought Prompto was a backup. Never mind. Ignore me then. You want to speak like a toff about Ignis, do you? Well, now that I've realised neither of those are backups, and I'm just a bit idiot, I do believe that this card's maybe not so good, as it doesn't have EX Burst either. Sagefire is not a particularly good ability. It does add character. That was the main thing I was interested in. So it can help you find Edelas. And Edelas is the main reason to play Category 15 cards. But I do think in some cases it's going to be a good Ignis to search off of Noctis, because it's just it finds things and you just need to sometimes find things. It's a reasonable target for Regis as well, especially on damage 5 when you get an extra choice. I think it's okay. I think now that I've realised it's not so good, probably a 2. So 2 is like pretty fringe playable. Vincent, right, so a lot of people thought this card was dead when it was first spoiled. Think I prefer finding the old 40 backup Ignis. Yeah, probably. When Vincent enters the field, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck out of 1 category 7 among them to your hand, put the rest in the break zone. We're going to do the attack phase during each turn, select one of the 2 following actions. Either he gains 3k of Brave, or you do 6k to a forward. So 6k is a really weird number. There aren't very many 6,000 power forwards in the game, let alone ones we like care about hitting. So in theory it's like mostly hitting 5ks. It hits a Laswell under Avidia. There you go, great card. Searches 15s. What about the Ice 15 that adds 3 cards for cost? Yeah, it does add Versdale. Yeah. Yeah, this Vincent, it seems on the surface a weird legend, right? I think it helps having a Vincent that's cheap for FF7, because this set feels like if we're going to make FF7 an actual archetype now, there needs to be just names, like a bit like FF6, where they're just cheap, they churn through, they do things, they have consistent value. So it seems good, but not like a really broken legend. Yeah, it works with the new Aerith if you reveal 2 Cat 7 cards, right? Because you add one, and then you add the second one. You has to be an FF7 as well to add back, which seems like a lot of hard work. And it's like Earth and Wind, but you're definitely in Fire if you're playing FF7. Reeve target for Earth Lightning. Yeah, Reeve target is true. Decent forward option. Yeah, it's quite a lot of decent Vincents in the game, not of utility ones that you play as one-offs. So it does have name clash in a lot of other areas. 6,000 damage. We've seen the Tifa. You know, Tifa does 1k for each character, so Vincent plus Tifa is already making that 6k feel a bit better. I think it's just a good card. So I think probably if it's just a good card, it's probably just a 4. Doesn't want to go in 4. There you go. Attack speed, ugliest Amano art. It's definitely spooky, but I think it's meant to be the fact that, you know, Vincent's got this, you know, the dark side, right? The Gillian Beast, and it's probably trying to portray that in his style. Mill's faster for X-Death. Well, yeah, but you don't really want to play him to mill 2, right? You want to play him to add 1 and mill 1. Alright, Wall. When he enters the field, choose one backup, cost 2 or less in your break zone, play it onto the field. Crystal, choose one character in your break zone, add it to your hand, you're going to use the ability during your turn only once per turn. Understandable, it's during your turn only once per turn, makes the card worse. This is... I definitely thought this was interesting when I first saw it. Normally these like expensive guys that play a backup for free from your break zone, it's like, oh, that seems good value. But you're playing a 1 mana 7k, so then the rest of the effect has to be good. Paying a crystal to add a character back. In Earth, I'm less excited about because it's pretty easy to add characters back. The crystal's also harder to get in Earth. Earth's one of the worst crystal elements. It's a Warrior of Light though. Yeah, it's a Warrior of Light, that's all I can really say there. I think this is a 3 solidly playable. Yeah, I feel like it's not. I just feel like you're going to look at this card and never really find room for it in most decks. Like you have to play crystals for this to be good. Well, all the walls have to play crystals to be good. You can't play this by itself. If you ignore that second line of text, this is standard unit bulk. But like, where am I getting crystals from? They're all just trash, bro. The monk's a crystal backup. Yeah, the 2-drop's not a monk, is it? There's Lilty and there's what's the other one? Geomancer, that's it. Yeah, Earth's just in a crappy place for. It's like one of the. I think it's one of the better walls, but it's like just in a not great element to be one of those walls. It's definitely like fringe playable. It's definitely not a 1. X-Death. Speaking of 1s. Oh, they hate my boy, bro. Well, so this one doesn't get discounted by mannequins because it's not a lightning forward. When he's removed from the game, because that's one of the only ways to get rid of him, you may search for one card named Neo X-Death. Pretty flavorful. Very hard man to kill. But it's a 4 mana 9k, bro. Yeah. Is X-Death on the field removed from the game as well? There's nothing cute you can do removing it from the break zone. That would probably be like really good though, to be fair. But that card's pretty shit. They hate my boy. Gargoyle. It's an interesting card, FF9. Put Gargoyle in the break zone, choose a forward, next damage dealt to it is reduced by 4,000, draw 1 card. Is this playable anywhere? No. Good thing about Earth cards is you can always rely on at least half of them to be terrible. Galuf. When Galuf enters the field, choose 1 character in your break zone, add it to your hand. It's got EX Burst. Dawn Warrior Synergy. Anything this can do with Cat 5? Or Dawn Warriors? Not the. Oh, I guess Galuf can add back Kelga. Oh, that kind of gives you a way to make crystals on Earth, huh? So it can add back the Kelga. Kelga costs 0, and this is an 8k, right? So you get a crystal. So you get 2 crystals. That's actually not bad, right? And a burst. Searchable of Cryo, yeah. Oh, is there a new Cryo? LMO, and then we can play Cloud LB. No, but seriously, adding back Kelga to gain... So it's like 5 CP, play a Junk Donny, gain 2 crystals. That seems pretty good with a burst. I know it's deck space we're thinking about. That seems pretty reasonable, but I was going to look at, yeah, category 5. Am I going to spoil this? Is this new Cryo the broken card or something? Everyone keeps telling me about. Category V. Oh. Category V with a space? Shit. No, that don't work. Huh. Is there a way to force the V so it doesn't give me Cat 7 and Cat 6 and Cat 8? I mean, I'm scrolling so far, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? It's not like great. It's not a 1. It's probably not a 3. I mean, you guys can... I guess maybe we'll go back to it. Add quotes. Ah. Well, it's actually good with that Bart's, huh? Just like if you're just going to put in Kelga anyway, Kelga being a free forward and having more things to add with Bart's. I don't know, man. I can see it, it's probably not good. Probably 2. Yeah. Make a fair point. Let's move on. Gladiolus, this one's dreadful. Yeah, this is maybe the worst card in the game. It's up there. Cryo. Put Cryo on the break zone, play 1 card named Galuf, cost 6 or less, or 1 Earth forward of cost 4 or less from your hand onto the field. You can only use this ability during your turn. Is there a Galuf of cost 6? Trying to think of it. I don't think there is. No. We just spoke about it. Wait, is that Galuf 6? No, it's fine. Play 1 Earth forward of cost 4 or less from your hand on the field. Is that good? A lot of good cryos. Maybe. Seems pretty not good. Seems like also a 2. Probably decent in suit in limited format. Yeah, it's meh. Titan. This must be the card everyone's excited about. Look at that face. Shit. During your turn, the backups opponent controls cannot produce CP. Okay. When Hugo primes into Titan, choose up to 3 forwards. They gain at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase. If you don't pay 1, break this forward until the end of the turn. This can't be it, right? Okay, this is not the card everyone's excited about. Okay, cool. Because I'm not excited about this card either. So, for those of you who maybe don't know, you must enter all the phases in Final Fantasy trading card game. You cannot just be like, oh, I don't want to go into combat. Choose 1 backup, break it with Geocrush. Yes, ability is very, very good. I'm assuming, I don't know what the Hugo does. Maybe the Hugo's good. No. Okay. They just discard to save the one they want, let the rest die. I mean, you also really want to hit 3 forwards, right? And also they just might just enter combat and just pay 3 backups. Like, why is it not... I know it's not... It can't be... Oh, no, wait. Oh, right, I'm reading it wrong, aren't I? Sorry, it's at the beginning of your attack phase. Duh. Oh, this card's really good then. Oh, yeah, this card's broken. Yeah, sorry, okay, this card's broken. I just read it completely wrong. It gives the opponent's forward the ability, so it's at the beginning of your attack phase. Right. Right. But it has to prime. Okay. Interesting that Clive 3 gets this ability too. What? Oh, it gets the S ability, you mean? Yeah. This is the broken card. Oh, this isn't that broken. It's good. New Hugo doesn't create a stack. I guess, and they both cost 5, right? Because it's 4 plus 1 for the other Hugo. It's so bland, though. It's only good if it primes. It's actually complete garbage if you play. It's like the other ones at least aren't like. Garuda needs to prime, I guess, but So, man, it's like I thought it was bad, and I reread the card and I realised it's better. Let's just go and keep their best guy. Yeah. Given the general power level of the set's elves, that's what I mean. I think this is one of the weakest of the set's elves. So kill 3 or discard 3. They're just tutor lane. Tutor lane doesn't work. You can't Kuka lane the Titan. You have to Kuka lane the forward, but it only removes the ability from 1 forward. So it's the same as discarding. But they can then pay with backups. No, they don't have active backups on your turn. That's the whole point. The first line is just in case they do, but they don't. And if you're paying, like, who's got 2 active like, this is really playing around the Titan. Who's got 2 active backups to like pay Kuka lane with 1? And have 1 tap to save 1 random guy. Yeah, like that's not happening. I just think the card's weak. I guess, is it good for Earth? I don't know, man. I just want to get to 5 backups and play Genova. Why am I playing like a bunch of Hugos and a bunch of Titans? This card's completely unplayable without Hugo as well. So if you like just draw these, oh my god, if you draw all your Titans, fuck. Yeah, okay. Oh man. Yeah, I think that's a 2. Might be a 1. I think that might be unplayable. Genuine, I think that might be unplayable. I'm not messing about. I thought the first line is okay against fire. But Earth versus fire is like normally okay, right? Because you just get to build your backups in that matchup. And then normally your deck is better because you go Leo Wall, play some LB cards, play some Earth cards, you know? You have a lot of free stuff once you get to 5 backups. Like, the first line is okay, but it's like the first line exists so the card is playable. If the first line didn't exist, the card would be complete shit. Does Titan stop backups discarded from hand from generating CP? Yes. It does. Yep, that's the official ruling. Thank you. It's really not the card everyone is excited about, right? I'm actually quite disappointed if it is. Okay. Dorgor Gang. Clan Custodian. He's a fine looking man. When he enters the field, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, add up to 2 forwards among your hand, and return the other cards to the bottom of the deck in any order. Seems pretty good. It's pretty good for a... oh, it's a backup. It's a backup. I thought it was a forward. Earth does have a lot of these... Earth does have a lot of these kind of 6-drop backups that add 2 guys. Like Cindy... Well, that's the thing. The FF15 Cindy adds 2 specific guys instead of maybe not even 2 guys. Yeah, it's like it looks like a Versatile kind of card. And if you want to play the other Cindy in Versatile, the one that looks at top 5 and finds Earth, Lightning, Ice, this could be a decent supplement card. Seems pretty good. So 3. Seems okay. Get Singer's Wall here. I don't think you play it in Mono Earth though. I guess you can play it as a one-off for Emmet, but you'd rather just play Minfilia in most cases, right? But yeah, I guess if you're getting desperate, it will dig. I feel like there's still better cards though. Dragon Zombie. So this one quite interesting. Control 5 or more backups, becomes 8k like the rest. When he enters the field, choose up to 3 forwards. It cannot attack or block to the end of your opponent's turn. Seems like quite an interesting card, especially during stalemate games, because it's basically like it's almost worse than being Dole Frozen sometimes. That's basically what it is. It's basically Earth saying Dole freeze 3 forwards. Is that good? Is that a good card? I think so. I think for Earth, like if this was an Ice card, I'd think whatever. I think for an Earth card, this is really good. It's also a monster, and Earth, like monsters in Earth are second only to monsters in water. It's also, again, if you're playing like Water Earth monsters, you can recycle this quite easily. So you can, if they're playing a deck with like quite specific names, don't have a lot of board presence, you can Dragon Zombie, sack it, Dragon Zombie again through Golbez, through Larketius, through Mira. It seems like you can get an infinite loop with this. This is a very, honestly, I think after Tori Kelly dies, he wants to turn into Dragon Zombie. I think I'm going to go with that. I'm going to make that assumption about Tori Kelly after seeing this card. He probably thinks this is the perfect thing to become a zombie, you know? There's also almost a critical mass on attack forwards that's probably good enough. Yep. Yeah, I think it's a specifically monster deck card. I don't know if you ever find room for it in just normal deck, especially because in normal Mono Earth, the forwards are just bigger. Thought Dragon Zombie was a dark card. You're referring to the Yu-Gi-Oh variant, sir. Yeah, this seems really, really good for monsters. Like better than the that Gigas. Is it just called Gigas? I think it's just called Gigas. Yeah, I think this is a 5. I think this is that good for monsters. It's the kind of card they're begging for. It also just allows your small monsters to poke through as well, the ones that can attack. Even then, at the end of the game, you're like, instead of clearing, you only have so many Hecatons and Shantotos, right? You just Dragon Zombie there forward, swing through with a bunch of normal zombies. Bit of Undead Legion going on. So yeah, this Titan, it doesn't create a stack, but it just seemed, well, that's the thing, I also just think it's worse than the other Titan. It's the same cost. Yeah, this is pretty bad, yeah. I think that's a 1. Not creating a stack doesn't help that it's a bad card that doesn't do anything. It's literally a black belt. 3 mana, just 8k, nothing like guy. Beastmaster, that's a funny one. When Beastmaster enters the field, choose one monster cost 1 in your break zone and add it to your hand. Okay. Speeding through them now. Moogle Trio, that's cute. Choose one forward, deal it 2,000 damage to each forward you control. Isn't this kind of like isn't this like anti-synergy? If you have 4 forwards to do 8,000 damage, aren't you already winning the game? Isn't that how that works? EX burst also doesn't matter because you normally just don't take damage when you have lots of big forwards. So this is probably unplayable. Sweet. Why is this a hero? Well, because all the summons are heroes, I guess. But yeah, why is it not more interesting or do something else? Absolutely. Oh, we got a bit of Bit of FF12 music going on. Old arcades. Auto abilities, action abilities, and special abilities of your job mage cannot be cancelled. Cute little bonus. When Yoran Oran enters the field, you may search for one card named Shantoto and play it onto the field. Funny little line of text that. I actually don't know why it says. Maybe because they want to actually make more mages in the future. But I think it's a forward as well, specifically, right? So, like, what Kefka would you even want to search here? Oh, I've got way too many filters on. Where are my filters? I don't know. Oh, Ilmatel's mage. Yeah, there's a... oh, Heen. Heen is a mage. Oh, Heen is a mage. Ooh. Is this card suddenly playable? Might be. That might just make that card playable. What Kefka can we play off this? None, right? When I say none, I mean none that are good. No, right? I guess I just look at 5 drops. I'll look at 4 at 5s. Forward. Play this Shantoto. So this Kefka is probably bad. The colours don't line up with the mage elements either, right? For the Warring Triad. Dark one, yeah, sure. Yeah, obviously this one doesn't make sense because that's meant to cost 0 anyway. This one gives you a crystal, which is not very good for a 7 CP backup to find. And Minwoo probably isn't very good. Yeah, so it's just going to be Heen and Shantoto as far as those go. Heen's an interesting one. Obviously, this whole package is very much versatile, very much big forwards, big boy deck. Heen, I actually considered this card in my Arden deck that I was playing last year, but it's a bit too situational if you flip it off Arden because it freezes rather than dull freeze. But this card actually being searchable off Yoran Oran, being able to freeze 4 backups and also not being frozen off your own Shantoto. Because the only downside of this Shantoto is that it freezes if you play it late, it's going to freeze most of your other forwards. And obviously in this deck you're going to be playing, you're probably going to be playing 8-drop Kefka, so that's going to be your other mage forward. So you can play like 1 Heen, I think, because freezing 4 backups in some matchups is going to be very, very relevant. Snowballs with Ultimecia, Shantoto. Basically this big deck is going to just beat backup decks, so maybe backup decks just won't exist next set. Like like Mono Earth maybe can't exist. And then backups the deck has a Puru. It's a good one. Yeah, Puru is very relevant. And I guess a Judo could be relevant if you're doing some summon stuff. Harder with Versatile. But this can add back Shivas, which is not irrelevant, right? I'm not saying you want to cast this to cast Shiva from your hand, but it's a big enough summon. And if you're playing Seymour alongside, like we were talking about, Seymour maybe reducing Shiva, and then Terror can be in there somewhere. Yeah, lots and lots of things to play with. Yeah, Terror puts the summons in the bin as well. Yeah, and this could also potentially add them back if you just wanted it to do that, if you just want all mage backups. Anyway, what is about this card in general? I mean, yeah, this card is just good. It's a backup. It just gives you a Shantoto. Finds it, gives you a backup that doesn't get dull frozen, so when you're playing against non-mage matchups, you'll have backups that aren't dull frozen. Yeah, so the card is... If Shantoto is a 6, then this is a 5. Roche. When Roche attacks, choose one forward opponent controls. They deal damage to each other. Remove 1 card named Roche in your rake zone from the game. Roche must attack once per turn if possible, and Roche's power becomes 9,000. What's the point of... I guess you protect it from something, but then it must attack, so it can therefore get blocked or trade. It's a hero. Seems like a whack hero. It's a soldier for Earth. Is that good? It's a soldier for Glenn. Okay. So yeah, sorry about the mic. Just let me know if it keeps happening. We're good? I'm swinging a little bit, so it's gonna just try and move this way. Quiet right now? Hello? Hello? La 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 la. What about now? Is that better? Quiet and music almost silent. Wait, the whole thing just went silent. How did the whole thing get silent from the mic? We back? Oh, the music is quiet in general, to be fair. Right, so yeah, sorry, Roche not very good, is what I was saying. Anyone have any redeeming things about Roche? I feel like, is Roche just a 1? It's really hard to give a full art hero a 1. Doesn't look that bad either. Rough. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. RNA, I remember reading this card, I think it was good. When RNA, choose one forward. If its cost is equal to a less number of Knight and character control, break it. So is this good enough outside of Dragoons? Because obviously in Dragoons, there aren't any... Like, you play the EX RNA because it's sometimes quite good. Is this just a... Or you play the one that EX bursts, looks at your top card if you're playing Mono Lightning. 2 CP, 6k, good stat line. What? Richie, come on. RNA is basically saying if it's good, it's 4 CP, break anything with a body. And it's a Dragoon for your King of Burmecia. But normally you play King of Burmecia in Water Lightning. Or in Dragoons. So is this just a bad name clash? Probably a 2, right? We can move on. Omega Weapon, this is this shit. Can anyone explain to me why Omega Weapon's a monster and Ultimate Weapon's a forward, by the way? I only wondered, because I know, because you basically face them both sort of back to back in FF10. I just wondered, is Omega Weapon like out of his mind and Ultimate Weapon's more of a... I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, Omega Weapons seem like shit. The weapon decks coming together. Yeah, like just like engineers, huh? Is this better than that? It's better than like Behemoth and stuff, right? Because it can become a forward, but no. Kane, another one. Choose one forward across 3 or less, break it. Damage 5 against haste. Is there ever any deck this is playable? I guess if you're playing like Hooded Man, is this better than the EX Canes? Because this one you can actually play. The EX Cane you just play if you happen to EX it before you search it off like King. That's not really a reason to talk about it, is it? So I'll just put it in 1. Chaos! Chaos enters the field, your opponent selects one of the 2 following actions. Select 2 forwards they control, put them in the break zone, or discard 3 cards. So, people, when this got spoiled, everyone was saying this card was dreadful. I think this card's quite good. So, it's select as many as possible, right? So if they have no forwards, and you play this card, they just select that option. I was thinking about it from a perspective of, like Tyvas in particular, right? Warrior deck likes to go 1 backup, Tyvas forward. So if you have Chaos in your deck versus that kind of opening, which is the only time it's ever really going to be that great, they basically either just sacking their Tyvas off and skipping a turn, or they're discarding 3, which is even more equivalent than skipping a turn. The only upside there is maybe they get to deal 2 damage with the forwards. If they have 1 forward or 1 card, can't they choose that? Yeah, they can choose whichever one's most beneficial for them. But if they go Tyvas Warrior, if they go Mog, yeah, for sure. They've gone first, backup search. They got 4 in hand. Next turn, draw 2, 6. Discard 2 for Tyvas, add Mog, play Mog. They have 4 cards in hand. If they play another backup, then obviously it's just discarding 2. So yeah, there's lots of ways it doesn't work. I don't think the card's dreadful. I don't know if it ever can see play though, because it's not really like searchable. It's a 5-cost lightning backup, which is sometimes going to be like basically elements outside Earth tend to have very few 5+ cost backups. So maybe you can look at it in the big forwards kind of deck, the Ultimecia Versatile kind of thing. It's pretty mid for sure. It looks pretty cool. Why would you play this and jump scare yourself? Can they choose to discard 3 if they have 0 in hand? Yeah, exactly, yeah. 5 CP to kill Tyvus, why Alex is just doing it for free? Yeah, but it's in lightning, right? Lightning is a pretty bad element usually. Curl. Choose a forward cost 2 or less, deal it. I just thought I was just going to say break it. Kills Laswell. Doesn't kill Laswell very well, does it? It's category Sopfo. Maybe that matters. I don't know. Oh, there's not a Sopfo guy in the lightning, is there, though? So Kelga. So we've seen a lot of cards that work with Kelga so far. That's making me think Kelga's actually quite a good card. It's maybe a bit jarring that it needs a Dawn Warrior to gain 2 crystals, but the fact that you can play it for free with Bards is quite spooky. And you still get a crystal, so for a rare as well, I think this is probably like a 4. Vincent kills Kelga. It does, but Kelga costs 0, so you know that's all right. Especially, and if he's with Zezat, what's Vincent gonna do then, huh? Yeah, dickhead. Probably die to something else. But the point is, Kelga seems okay. I think it seems above average, but that's probably just a 3. I mean, obviously, yeah, he gives Zezat the 2 crystals straight away as well. So Zezat being a lightning rod and being able to remove things. So yeah, let's just say you're playing against FF7, right? And they want to do that Vincent thing. You know, they go to try and kill it, and then the Zezat gets to kill a guy, and the Kelga doesn't need protecting, but it's like it's done an extra job for a card in your hand. But forwards on the board is good. Crystals in crystal decks is good. Stuff that like generating 2 crystals for free. I know you kind of need a Dawn Warrior in play first, so it's not free, but it's a pretty decent rate. It's just like it's in a bad element, as in you're not going to be able to do anything with it. You can play Cloud LB, I guess. Think we could fit this in Zezat and Icewind? Yeah, I mean because it plays, you can do it off Barts as well. It's just it's kind of sad if you flip this off Barts and not another 3-drop. Then it's like, who cares if you add it to your hand or you play it? But I think so. I think it's a 3. I don't think it's a 4. It's definitely playable in some places. Probably not game-breakingly good. This Koromoro is just a very medium card. It just has Job Mage. I'm surprised it doesn't have any synergy with the other 2, given that they're like on the playmat together. They're all designed together. I thought it would do something other than just be a Job Mage for this Shantotto, Cindy, Kefka stuff. Like they're trying to push in a direction, but they create a backup that only makes sense because of its job. It's basically blank. It's not really ever doing anything. I don't know when I'm using this effect, to be honest. So it's like a 3 because it fits. I don't know if it's a 3, to be honest. It might not even be. Most builds might just forego it to just play Cindy for the lightning CP for Kefka and just not play lightning cards. So it's probably a 2 because it's probably actually very fringe playable. Because I feel like it doesn't matter. Shantoso is dull freezing everything but mages. As long as you have like, I guess maybe you need the mage backup so badly just to have a second one. Kills Laswell, of course, yeah. Kills Laswell, full art, mage. If that's a point for every one, it's got to be a minimum 3. Colour's a bit weird though, just give it a 2. Jesse. Same thing they did with Girl Who Forgot Her Name. Just gave the same character the same effects and a different element. It's better for Cloud in Wind Lightning, of course. But then you have Sid Highwind and Wind Lightning. It's kind of funny, it's like not in fire. I'm actually quite surprised it's in lightning. I'm wondering if there's anything particularly good it can do in lightning. I feel like it's maybe just meant to add Sephiroth more than anything. I don't know. You can play, it's fire, lightning. You can Elfie for this, right? But that's it. I think that's the only way you can search it. Yeah, I guess it's fine in Turks. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anywhere, like, it searches a really powerful card. Turks cards aren't that great. Barrett can get it. You mean the Earth Barrett? Yeah, Earth Lightning, but then, oh, maybe there's something in Earth Lightning. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a new deck. Yeah, it was just a good card. Probably just a 4. Above average searcher. No EX burst, but, yeah, we live. Yeah, because of Rufus LB. Oh, sure. Sidolphus. Priming for 2. When Sidolphus or a character you control is priming, choose one lightning summon in your rig and add it to your hand. So the idea is this obviously goes off before the other Rama comes in. I'm going to guess Rama's the other lightning legend. Wow, it's the exact same artwork. What? Or is Rama... Oh, Rama's the pre-release promo, right? Let me just read Rama real quick. Oh, we've already seen both Lightning Legends, yeah. Maya. For some reason. All primal icon shit artwork. Yeah, I guess, but this one's a bit of a meme, don't you think? It looks so... It's so lazy. It like completely like... There's a bit more angling to the others, you know? So when Rama enters the field or when Sidolphus primes, you may discard one summon or job icon, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, add all lightning cards and category 16 cards of to your hand and put the rest into the break zone. So this is good because you can actually just play it as a card, which is always nice with these icons. Pretty good for a hero. S ability is decent. So the 2 of them together... Yeah, I guess it only gets the effect once. That's the downside half. So it's like turbos through the deck in Mono Lightning, but doesn't create much of a threat afterwards. So if we go back to Sid. Oh, that's really good, huh? It's actually 2 CP for Rama. Yeah, that's really, really good. Yeah. I guess the difference between this one actually, so this one has to prime to be good, and therefore is also because it is character you control, it's better with the there's that chick in Lightning. What's her name? I don't remember. The one that if you prime you draw or something, which costs 5. That's also the other Sid. Spelled that wrong, didn't I? Like that? No, how do you spell it? What did I type in? Oh, I've still got filters on, don't I? So this one gets an effect. Yeah, so this one gets an effect no matter what, and it costs. So this one is 4 cost. This is 2 cost. Yeah, so this is a better card most of the time because you're gonna want it to prime. This is like more generically playable and has burst, but the S ability on Sidolphus, I mean, this ability on Rama's fine because it makes you want to play multiple Sids because you can discard 2 to do 10k to 2 forwards, which makes the Thunderstorm much better. So they're both actually kind of like this one became a bit more playable, and this one's really good because you're literally playing. You obviously have to add back a lightning summon, which is a tough ask. Odin, I guess, but you're just going to be drawing a bunch of cards for very little investment. And he also doesn't create stack. Yeah, I mean, I really don't think it's that big of a deal, but I guess sometimes it is. I guess on 5k it is. It's quite easy to do 5k on your opponent's turn. Wall 4, right? Yeah, I guess because... Yeah, actually true. Because these are like branching off of the fire-ice angle too. Like you say, you can play... You could play Ice Wind and just ignore Clive and Jill. Yeah, 5k to 2 forwards is not bad, but it's like you think of Garuda's S ability, you think of Ifrit's S ability, you know? Like Ifrit is just, if you have 2 Ifrits, you kill 2 things. If you have 1 Ifrit, you kill 1 thing. If you have 1 Rama, you're probably not, well, the things you can kill with 1 Rama are very limited. Obviously, Ifrit's a legend, that's the whole point. But yeah, obviously, if there are a lot of relevant 5Ks, the Rama gets even better. So I'm saying I think it's already pretty good as it is. So the Sidolphus is really good. So I think they're both 5s, because they're like, give Mono Lightning some legs, and it really needs legs. So Sephiroth and Sid and Rama give Mono Lightning a lot of legs in 3 cards. Like, it's a substantial power buff. Yeah, it's also, you can do this off no backups, which is very relevant given that a lot of the decks in this format are probably going to freeze your backups for most of the game. So being able to pay 2 and then discard and then draw a bunch of cards is very powerful. And then Rama being able to also threaten to kill the things that are annoying you. Yeah. Yeah, really like that. Just don't like the artwork very much. Honestly, I wouldn't blame anyone for getting confused. You're going to look at your card and be like, is that Sid or is that Rama? Because they look the same. You have to just teach yourself the one that's zoomed out is Rama. Shadow. I like these watercolor Amanos. These lightning. Is this the second lightning character in FF6? There's probably not got much synergy. Warp 3. Oh, warp. Oh dear. We're going to do main phase 1 during each of your turns. You may remove 2 warp counters from Shadow. Okay. If you do so, you cannot cast any cards during this turn. You skip your attack phase. When Shadow enters the field, you may search for 1 lightning character of cost 2 or less and play onto the field. Man, what an interesting card. Man. Twitch chat, I need your help. Could not find any great targets for this. It searches backups. It's not there to find forwards, it's there to find backups. And the backup comes in dull anyway, so you wouldn't be able to cast anything with that backup in particular. So you're basically saying, like on your turn 2, if you're well, let's say you're on your turn, hopefully you're playing this for 1, but I guess you could do it on turn 1. Doing it on turn 1's probably fine. On your turn 2, you can tap your 1 backup, warp it. Next turn, play this, play another backup. It's a 9k like body. The fact that it's a body is like obviously stopping you dying. But I think warping this turn 1's pretty reasonable if you're even if your hand's good. It allows you to play fewer backups as well. Couldn't find a +1 backup. Oh sure. Can be Vanille. Oh, playing Vanille from deck's cool. Yeah, it loses 1 warp counter and then 2 from the effect. So yeah, it's basically warp 1, but you have to skip most of your turn. I'm trying to figure out, if I can, how we can get around the no cast restriction. You can obviously cast things before Shadow enters play. It's not like a backwards thing like Scapegoat in Yu-Gi-Oh, where you can't summon and then play Scapegoat. You can still cast a card, then have Shadow make the rest of your turn. Came back from lunch and you're still here. I'm not even water here, bro. Aldo searches this is cool, yeah. So you need to play another card the turn you warp him to be efficient. Yeah. Can do. Oh yeah, it doesn't count as priming. True. You might end up with hand size issues. Is the problem. That's the one thing I'm kind of worried about as well. If you do it on the wrong timing, and it's like he's never actually. Honestly, as a warp 3, I could see him being okay, but it's a little bit much. Yeah, be patient. I mean, I don't think you can afford to be patient in this in the current meta, and I definitely don't think you're going to be able to afford to be patient in this one. Let's have a look at our lightning backups. Anyway, Statler says there's nothing too good, but we've got Korumoru. What do you mean? Yeah, these aren't good, huh? I'm trying to think if there's anything that also warrants skipping your turn. Which is basically what it says. Ranpair? Probably not. We got more FF11 stuff. Maybe. It's really cool. Really interesting card. Really interesting looking card. You can warp another card. You can do that. You can warp more cards. I would like to avoid warping 4 cards where possible. But yeah, I guess being able to... Yeah, honestly, warping Kane. Yeah, warping Kane. The lightning warps are actually playable. Oh, it plays Kuja, which kills Laswell. You're making a compelling argument. I will raise your 5 and lower it down to a 3. We'll move on. Sephiroth. Well, we had this card spoiled from the very beginning. If any card named Sephiroth you own are removed from the game, the cost required to cast Sephiroth is reduced by 3. Our friend Edge coming in once again. When Sephiroth enters the field, choose one character control, remove from the game, draw 2 cards. So obviously you can just remove itself if it already costs 2 and it's just a cantrip, which is sometimes fun. It's a bit rough to pay 5 to remove it to draw 2 to then play another one for 2, but I guess that can maybe work. Doesn't seem too hard to remove Sephiroth in the game. Some of the old Sephiroths actually do that, as far as I remember. I think they're all bad, the ones that do that. Oh, you have the Warp Sephiroth. I didn't really think about that one. Is it this one? No, I had a dark one. What do they not remove? Maybe they don't. Maybe I'm talking rubbish. You can have this one and remove other Sephiroths in your break zone from the game. Yeah, it's a bit of swings and roundabouts, but you can probably just edge the Sephiroth out of your break zone. S ability is absolutely insane, of course. This reminds me of the Cloud and Chapters that had like Omnistrike version 5 that was also S ability remover forward from the game. Basically the same thing, and because of the way it works with itself, you're going to want to play lots of Sephiroth. So even playing this for 5 to then remove to draw 2 is probably going to be okay. You must remove the character because it chooses to draw 2, so there's no shenanigans you can do with the stack. But I just think it's a very good, solid card. Oh, Ice 3 CP removes itself as well. Very good point. Yeah, for some reason I thought there was one of like the Opus 3 one removed itself. The one that was to do with dark cards. I don't know. Melusine choice. Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah. If you're playing it in Water Lightning, you can also graph those Melusine cards. If you're playing it Water Lightning, you can play the Sara King of Bermesia line, and you can have Hooded Man in there, and you can get to these big turns where you play Sephiroth, Hooded Man, untap your backups, draw a load of cards, start playing like a win deck. Which seems very cool. I think this card's bad. I think this card's actually probably bad without the S ability. I think the S ability is like keeps it modern, keeps it strong. Remove Jesse, play another Jesse. Yeah, sure, I guess. I would ideally like to not remove my backups, but yeah. In Mono Lightning, you can remove your if you're on 5 backups, remove 1, play down your free 2-drop, whatever the one's called in that archetype. Yeah, it's just solid 5. Very good, not obscenely broken, but puts lightning as an element back up there. Soldier FFTS, this must be bad, right? Yep, bad. Skip that. Is that a crystal backup next? Ninja. It's a good one. Put that at 4. Noctis, yeah, this one's rough. You must control a job 15 forward to cast him, and then when he attacks, choose a retainer, add it back. So you gotta, like, give him haste while having a 15 forward on the board to then add a retainer. All for a 3 CP 9k. That sucks. There's a lot of Noctis has, when it comes to this kind of card as well, Noctis has way better card name Noctis. Oh, Barnabas. Oh, I can see they put Dion in water, so they put Barnabas in lightning. That makes sense. Before paying the cost to cast Barnabas, you can remove 3 category 16 characters in your break zone from the game to reduce the cost required to cast Barnabas by 3. And he just primes Odin for 2. I'm assuming the Odin is just dark. We've seen the Odin already, right? Yeah, it's just dark. Odin. Read this card. Priming cost at the bottom. That's a good point, yeah. When Odin enters the field... Oh, it's just because of the way the cards are formatted, right? Because it's a replacement, like, cost effect. So it always goes first. Yeah, so it's something that happens before the card is, like, on the field, right? Isn't that how it works? When Odin enters the field, when Barnabas primes into Odin, choose one forward opponent controls, break it. Okay, and when a character enters your opponent's field, dull it and freeze it. It's not ended at the end of the turn. Pretty good. Pretty good card. Overall, for both of them. Odin being dark. It's a little bit weird, but he doesn't need to prime to break. So 5 mana 9k break is fine. I guess the problem is that Barnabas itself is terrible if he doesn't have his cost reduced by 3. So it almost feels a bit unfair that he has to also pay 2 lightning CP to prime. Oh, Charlotte's been power crept. Well, kind of. This, like, I've seen Dion and Bahamut, and it's definitely not as good as Dion and Bahamut. What's the other Odin do? Again, is it break 1 as well? Oh no, it's the Barnabas reduces by 8, the original one. And this can attack twice. You can Iron Flash. I guess now you've got more Odin 16s if you want to play some really bricky Odin OTK. That's probably never going to work. Yeah, man, I think this one is unfairly costed. Yeah, it seems a bit mean. But maybe the card, maybe they just tested it and it was like that good. It's just a lightning card. I guess with Sidolphus and Rama, it gets better as well. And Rama can still add Odins, because it doesn't have to just add lightnings, it can add 16s. So maybe I'm thinking about this one too much in a vacuum, and just the higher density of playable... Because the other Barnabas sucks because it's dark. Same as Dion sucks because it's light. So just by virtue of basically being a brand new card within the 16 archetype in a way, makes this card substantially better. Yeah, what do you guys think? Am I on the right track, do you think? It's just a bit too expensive to be really good, but the end result is worth it. I feel like it's played in the deck, but I don't know. Actually, is Odin good enough? Kills a guy, but it's not very hard to kill guys in these days in these decks. Discards for 2 CP. That's a good point. Okay, we're saying... I guess they didn't want it to be base 4, because they don't want you playing him turn 1 for 4 anyway, and just summoning Odin from... I mean, that doesn't seem that good. I guess this can be very punishing. It's just a dark card, man. It's a dark card, and this card just sucks without priming as well. It's like terrible. It's a 2 mana 8k without priming. Yuck. I guess it's also maybe it's meant to be an upside. You can remove 16 characters, so you can remove other icons. So Benedicta gets her effect online. Yeah, I think that's what it's going for, right? It's trying to synergize with Benedicta. Okay, I'll give him a 3 because he probably is just going to have to be played for card density, and that 4 makes him good enough to be a 3. Yeah, I'm not really worried about removing S for Clive, but I think it's Benedicta. Yeah, I guess the backups, if the backups are good enough. The what was it, Vivian? Yeah. Prompto, so yeah, if you control a category 15. So yeah, Prompto by itself is a good card. I thought it was going to be a better one like Ignis, but yeah. So you can add this off Noctis, and you can add 2 off Noctis as well. Shame there's not an EX burst. The S ability is like pretty rubbish as well. I mean, I guess these are commons. If you are, because the other thing is as well, the other Promptos aren't very good. So Ignis was fine. Ignis didn't really need a new card. Gladiolus can be rubbish. That's fine. But now maybe there's a world where we're playing Prompto, Ignis backup, and Noctis, and just having that within the FF15 stuff with Edelus and Verstale, and it gives us our Lightning CP that we want for. We don't want, but it gives, you know, we can add it off Cindy if we're going to play that Cindy. Yeah, it's like a tricolor kind of thing. A cheap guy is a cheap guy. I don't know. Pretty meh. It's probably a 2. Maya. So this card didn't get any better with the rest of the spoilers. So I think I'm going to give this card a 1. Okay, what are we trying to do? The only good thing is to play Fire Lightning, play Maya. Maya plays Wall, so we need 4 CP Mobius Fire cards. It's the only way I can see it. So we need Fire, Forward, specifically 4. Yeah. And sorry, category Mobius. Zeromus. Duncan, obviously Duncan sucks. Just Zeromus, huh? Well, it's just it doesn't gain any benefit from the haste. I'm specifically thinking about the haste. So is it just a 1 for a legend? It feels so bad to give a legend. I gave Titan a 2, and I think Titan's bad. So I'll probably give Maya a 2. Because I just remember thinking there's like no Mobius forward that benefits from gaining haste as well, particularly, or not one you want to play with her. And you always want to add Wall to gain the crystal, because that's like half the card's lines of text. It's so weird. Has EX burst? Like, it's like one of those ones, if it didn't have EX burst, it would be a 1. EX bursts on forwards, the add cards are still relatively rare. I'm really trying hard to make... She can add herself. She can add backups. Are there backups? Oh yeah, there's echoes. She can search backup Wall to gain a crystal. Water Emperor. Yeah, man, it's just so whack, isn't it? Like, you don't get the crystal. Like, why is it... why can't she just not give you the crystal anyway? Deploy Demon and haste him, please. Please spare me. That's, when you complaining about 8 CP for Terra earlier, bro? Oh, man. It's just... every time I look at it, it's just so bad. It's like just Emperor. And there's no Wall, there's just nothing. It's like you either get one effect or the other, basically. You can't even get haste off like multiple Emperors if you have a loop. Yeah, nah. Now we can move on with a 2. I hate like judging cards now as well. It might be better in the future. Hey man, we never know if our game's going to last another year, you know what I mean? Rama. Choose one forward opponent controls, deal it 5,000. If you discarded a card named Rama to cast Rama, deal it 7,000 and draw 1. It's a shame this doesn't count Rama 16, actually. That'd be kind of cool. Deal it 7,000, draw 1. So it's Brynhilda if you specifically discard Rama. Most Ramas are bad, and even the Rama that came out a couple of sets ago, it's like you... What is it? Reveal the top 3, add card name Rama in there? But like, there's just no other synergies with Rama like there is with Odin. And 7k is a weak number, so this is another... It's more playable than the Moogle trio. So we'll give it a 2. And then we said this Rama, so we put Sid as a 5. Oh wait, what am I talking about? I thought this card was broken. You have to discard a summon or an icon to use the effect. So obviously you add back the one you get with Sid. Still decent. Not as good as I thought it was. I mean, you still need to play it in the 15 stuff. So you have to basically play... You don't have to play that Sid Orphus, you can still play the other one. You have to discard a job icon. Like you discard another Rama so you can't Thunderstorm. Okay. I'm going to put these down to 4. My bad, I misread this card. Or I read it and then forgot that line of text. Discard Dark Odin. Ah, yes. That makes me feel better. Right, this wall, everyone's a bit gassed about this because it says draw a card. The entry's bad, and you have to pay a crystal to draw 1. My understanding of the game of Final Fantasy nowadays is the amount of broken things you can do with 2 crystals does not warrant paying 1 to draw 1 card. This doesn't gain a crystal by itself, so you have to work hard for it. I don't think it matters that it's job Viking, because a lot of the Viking synergy is like name based. It's actually like job pirate, right? What's going on with his weapon? That must be a glitch on the scan, right? Why does it look like that? Oh wait, that's not part of his... No, that's part of the background, right? His weapon's actually way smaller than that. Sorry, that really confused me. Yeah, I think... What did I put this one in a 3. And I put that one in a 2. I think that one's better than this water one. So I'll give this one a 1. It's better than the wind one, though. Who cares? Elsa. Oh my god, a sky pirate? Yo. When Elsa enters the field, you may search for one card named Raz or card named Rickon. Please tell me they're in this set. They're not going to be, are they? Is that Rickon? No, it's Jed. They're not in... Oh, they are. They are. There's hope. There's hope. Right. Very generic, boring forward, though, and doesn't cost 2. Why can't it just be a 2 mana 5k? There. Alright. I'll judge them all together. We'll get them up on Materia Hunter. Raz. When Raz enters the field, you may discard 1 job Sky Pirate. When you do so, your opponent selects 1 for their control, put it in the break zone. That's pretty good. Rickon. It's a backup. Always is positive. 2-drop backup. When Rickon enters the field, you control a job Sky Pirate other than Rickon. Draw 2 cards and place 2 cards from your hand at the bottom of your deck in any order. Choose 1 job Sky Pirate 4 gains 1,000 power until the end of the turn. You can only use this bit during your main phase. Right. See, I want them to be good because they come full art. And the FF12, even if they're the bad FF12, well, no, they are in the original FF12. Is it a Sky Pirate forward? No, it can be a backup as well. Oh, it can be a backup as well. It's kind of cool. So you can use the Is the Penelo not a Sky Pirate, that one? No, it's only a dancer. It's a bit lame. Not great, is it? You want me to speak like a toff about this bulk, eh? One more backup for 7 CP Von Prage. Well, yes, I suppose, but no, it's not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Leaves a lot to be desired, my dears. Oh Lord, this is not good. This is not good at all. Frightfully so. Oh boy. No, it's bad news bears for these old chaps, isn't it? Yes, we'll move on. I think I'll put them all in 2. Raz is okay. It's 4 CP, kill a man of their choice. Gets around non-targeting removal sometimes. Probably not very good still. Not category MBM to be lulled with Pinello. It's rough. It's very, very rough. Yes, you probably could do with a few more layers on, eh? Alright, Queener. Queener, how are we doing here? Remove the top 3 cards of the deck from the game. Choose one forward, it loses 2,000 power. If a category 9 card is reduced, remove that cost, it loses 5,000 power and draw 1 card. So if this misses, it's the worst card in the world, but it can, the percentage of the time, kill Laswell. It's not very good right now, because they have 9 cards, pretty dreadful right now, and this set didn't help them. But maybe it gets better in the future, but ultimately it's just not very good, is it at all? So I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna put that in a solid 2. Why is it a 4-mana 8k as well? At least it makes for a nice full art for the set. Alas. Alright, Jed. When Jed enters the field, choose one forward opponent controls. If you control a stop foe, return it to its owner's hand, draw 1 card. When a job ninja or card name ninja you control attacks, choose one forward, loses all its abilities and 2,000 power. Man, I'm pretty sure he was the worst. Jed's, every time they've released a Jed, it's been dreadful, and this one's not really any better. Bounce, draw on a 4-mana 8k. Don't really want Jack Garland to search this, do I? Yeah, it's there's 1. Is this unplayable? It's unplayable, right? It's a ninja, but it's a water ninja. Yeah, no. That's bad. Sea Lion, this one was vaguely playable. You may search for a forward of cost 3 or less, add it to your hand. Not very many ways to do that. And searches for Witch, which is hard to find in mono water without Merlwib. And you can then just sack it. But it is minus 2 CP for something you're probably not going to get that much value out of as a forward, but maybe. It's maybe playable as a one-off. Yeah. Potentially a 3. Is it good enough? I think add any 3-drop in a lot of these combo decks is very important. Like in Wind Water, just being able to find whatever piece you're missing could be cool for them being able to witch off later. Slydra. Only cast Sildra during your turn. Reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Play one forward of cost 4 or less other than multi-element, or one card name Faris of cost 6 or less among the ones in the field, and return the other cards to the bottom of your deck in any order. This is really, 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 really good. So the Pharisees are the Viking one, the new one, and the legend. The more recent legend. Just out of curiosity on what Pharisees there are. That one, and that one. The other ones don't matter. I mean, yeah, probably not this one. Maybe. As the X-Burst. It's just really, really good, right? I feel like they're trying to mimic the old Sildra a little bit, like the theme of what it does without it being obnoxiously broken and letting you search your entire deck for anything you want. Doesn't do a multi-element. Does that matter? It does let you do it lets you do the multi-element Faris. It's quite funny. No multi-elements except for this one, but not that it really matters. It would be funny if that one was blocked. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good unicard, right? Because it's already pretty good as a 4-drop, because it's going to play a 4-drop. Obviously, the downside is, right, it might miss. Ouch. But it also might hit something less desirable. You don't get to choose. So I guess it's like Valor 4 in that respect, right? Valor 4 was pay X on top of the initial cost. For wind, yeah, so Valor 4 would be 4 that could play a 3 from the top 7. This is 4 that can play a 4 from the top 5. Or a Big Pharos. I'm trying to think, because the problem is, if you play it, you want to play it early, right, to find Pharos. But getting the Legend Pharos off it is quite weak. Because if you're going to play it like turn 1, or early, it's hard to get value out of this Pharos' ability, right? It's just going to become an Ad Lena, which isn't actually very good for 5. You really want to play this Pharos at a time where it's going to get both effects at once. This one, again, is better. And it's nice they're both full art. And it's full art. So... But yeah, you kind of want to be able to manipulate your deck. It's hard to do. I'm trying to think of the upside if you do play this one, because this is the one this is obviously the one it's designed for within the set specifically. Could be a big high roll turn 1, or just if you play Una. Search, play Una turn 1, play this for 3 on turn 2. As long as it doesn't miss, it's probably good. Sildra is Wind Cecil at home with Seymour. Not much going on here, is there? It's cool to build around, so I think it's going to be a 3 for now. Might end up being just flat bad. Nice full lot. Cool synergies. It's like, if it hits, it's very powerful. Like if it hits a big Pharos, or if it hits a forward while being a 4-drop, then it's probably not. If it's just trying to hit non-Pharos cards, probably not great. Cecil, when Cecil enters the field, draw 1 card or play a character of cost 2 or less from your hand on the field. This is basically like a budget replacement, not a replacement paladin, but it's just if you want your Earth Cecil to draw a card when it tags out into this guy. Over the other options. It can do some cute things with flashing forwards in. So obviously Yuna's at 1 now, but you can have Earth Cecil and Yuna. They do anything, you tap Earth Cecil and Yuna. Flash in this Cecil. Play Miwa from your hand. Dol 2. Negate again. Miwa untap. Dol 2. Negate again. Whatever. Just like old kind of combo, and if you have a 4th forward, then you get to do it a lot. So it has that very powerful one-trick synergy there, with a specific kind of chain of cards. There are quite a few other it's also a character of cost 2 or less. So I think like you can't look at it from the baseline of it's a 5-drop. Or you look at it as a baseline of 5-drop, it's a bad card. You're only playing this off Earth Water Cecil. So if you're only playing off Earth Water Cecil, then it's actually quite good. There's always the downside of you're playing that Cecil against the X-Burst decks and you attack and you think I can protect it, I can tag out, and then you ram into an Odin, sure, but I think it's better than a lot of the other Cecils that's on offer for that card. And even without Miwa, to be fair, this can still flash in extra things for Yuna. It can flash in Yuna itself. Could come up. I think it's actually like, for a common, for what seems to be bulk, it actually seems like quite a high potential card as like a one-of. It's clearly like probably just a one-of. And as a one-of, it's fine in those specific scenarios. Probably a 2, really, but we'll give it a 3. We're getting towards the end now. I think we're all getting a bit weary. When Setzer enters the field, reveal the top 7 cards of your deck, remove 1 card with warp among them from the game, and place 1 warp counter on it. Then shuffle the other cards and return them to the bottom of your deck. Wow. Wow. Dive Bomb. Choose any number of forwards, deal them a total amount of damage equal to 1000 multiplied by each card in your break zone. Split as you wish among the chosen forwards. Remove all the cards in your break zone from the game. Garuda. There's a lot of big boys. It's interesting. So obviously the new Shadow. Man, I'm liking this new FF6 lineup. Right, so what's got Warp 1 million apart from Garuda? I mean, Tidus is a cute one to warp to bring out, I guess. Vincent, obviously, is like very, very, very good. Because it kills any backup. This Shadow is also kind of cute. Because yeah, you can probably do a high enough density to play this as a deck, right? You got a million and one ways to search it, and if you're going first, if you go Larsa search Setzer, play Setzer, that leaves you handless. So if you hit this Shadow, you get to remove a counter because it's Setzer. You immediately draw 2 back. If you hit Vincent, Vincent comes in next turn, breaks their backup. If they have one, hopefully. And then if you hit the new Shadow, then you get a free character, free 2-drop, without having to miss your turn. And then, as we've said, Garuda, wherever Garuda is down here somewhere. Break all the forwards other than Garuda. Yeah, one's maybe not too exciting. Luna Freya, not a bad hit as well. Draw 3 on the following turn. So completely pays for Setzer. Kind of. As in, there's a lot of like fine hits. And then there's some kind of broken stuff you can do. That's really cute. I really want to build around that. The dive bombs, whatever. I guess is additional, but a lot of ways to find this guy. And probably quite well costed. New Vincent kills Setzer. Okay, I guess we're at that part of the stream. I should really start wrapping up. Huh? I'm going to put this as a 4. I think that's a very good, interesting card. It might not be that competitively viable, but it's very cool. Diamond Weapon. Oh, wow. Okay, it's a legend. You weren't kidding about this weapon stuff. When Diamond Weapon or a Job Weapon enters your field, your opponent selects one forward they control, put it into the break zone. When Diamond Weapon leaves the field, and we search for one job weapon other than water and play it onto the field. 4. Play one job weapon from your hand onto the field. Okay. Surely a 5. Surely a 5. Weapon. 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 Oh, weapon. Oh, weapony. I guess water only got 1 legend this set, huh? Looks pretty cool. Wow, this is just. Imagine they could have given engineers support, and they made a weapons an actual real archetype now. Can't wait to play 4 play pass from my hand. Yeah, man. You can only use the ability during your main phase as well. Well, I can't pay 4 on my opponent's turn to play Omega Weapon to break their forward. Oh, it's so bad. Oh my god. That's awful. Wow. Yikes. I guess it's because when it leaves the field. So you can, you can Renoa it and get out another shitty weapon. Yeah, you Renoa it, and it kills a guy, and then you bring in a... So it's like, with Renoa, it's a board clear, right? You play it, white one. You play Renoa on it, it leaves, re-enters, kills one, brings out another weapon from the deck, kills another one. Oh wait, does it even work like that with Renoa? Because it's off the field, right? So it'll blink. It comes straight back in with Renoa, right? Yeah, it comes straight back in. Yeah, okay. Oh! Think about the Mobius synergy. Oh yeah, with Maya, right? Because it gains haste. So it can attack. Man, that card sucks. That's rough. Doesn't do anything. Okay. Moving on. Oh, Tidus. Oh, this is good. That's better. When Tidus enters the field or attack, choose one forward opponent controls, loses 4,000 power until the end of the turn. Damage 1, Tidus can attack as many times in the same turn as the points of damage you have received. So it's just Opus 1 Tidus with some nice heavy power creep. And can get the point where this card just kills your opponent. This is the biggest Cuchulainn target known to man. This also might just be one of the best cards in the game. I mean, I think when I saw it, I thought it was a 6. I still think it's a 6. No Blitz Ace for 0 anymore. No. On damage 6, it can attack 6 times. It's just so easy to lose to this card, isn't it? Like, you literally just have to hold a response for it. It costs 4. It's like the only downside. Like, I'm thinking about it as a Lena target, honestly. Like a late game Lena target, when it's just like, yeah, your opponent ever just leaves their board dull, they just die. I think maybe it's a 5. Yeah, it's probably not a 6, probably a 5. It's so unique and it's so powerful. And it will win you games that no other card in the game can win, because no other card in the game does what it does. But I think that's a solid 5. Okay, Dion. Priming Bahamut for 4 CP. If you control 7 or more characters, Dion can prime by paying half the cost. When Dion enters the field, draw 1 card, then place 1 card per hand at the bottom of your deck. Yeah, I mean, this card is quite good. Definitely a step above old Hugo. Oh, no haste though, it has to survive. Oh, that's a good point. Sorry, yeah. Why don't I think it has haste instead of brave? Okay, maybe it's a 4. Isn't there a way to give it haste? Am I dreaming? Maybe I'm dreaming. Alright, we'll put it in 4. Sorry. Good point. Right, yeah, so Dion. I mean, it's not that great as a baseline, but when it's 7 or more characters, it's pretty good. I'm just thinking, how often you want the other Bahamut more than the new one when you're on 7 or more characters, right? But the old Dion was kind of cool for that, because even though it was a light card, you got to draw. But like the whole thing is draw 1, place 1 on bottom, draw 2, discard 2. It's like it's cycle, which is great, but when you're on 7 or more characters, I feel like you want more than your opponent's first auto of the turn is negated, something you can't control. Whereas this one is actually pretty decent when you're playing with 7 characters, because your opponent's probably got forwards on the board at that point, and 9k is a very good number. So I think Dion is a bit of a polarizing card. I think it's quite good, but I think this Bahamut doesn't benefit off this Dion. I don't think it really benefits off this Dion either. I mean, maybe if in these priming decks you can play this one still, but again, it's so many bricks you're having to put into your deck, huh? And then you'd want to play this one because you want to cycle through the bricks. So, probably a 3. I don't see how this really fits because there's no water priming because there's no Leviathan primer. So I'm struggling where. I mean, that's deliberate, I guess, because it has like no FF16 synergies at all. It just is an FF16 card. And because the Bahamut's are light, like when you have 7 characters, that can take a while, man. I know it doesn't take that long to teed us sometimes, but for just a cost reduction on Dion. Is this card worse than I think? Probably. Is this a 2? I think this is probably a 2. I would still rather play Shinryu? Yeah, fair. Seer, discard 1 card, choose 1 forward opponent controls, deal damage equal to Seer's power. If you discard a summon, deal it double the damage of Seer. I'd say it's cool and limited, but all the summons are heroes. Tonberry. Choose 1 forward, losing 2,000 power until the end of the change round. Is that just complete trash? Is that ever playable? It's such a shame. Jed's the worst Sop foe as well, so it's like not even any relevance to Tonberry. Yeah, that's bad. Horum, put Horum in the break zone, look at the top card of your deck, you must place that card at the bottom of your deck, then draw 1 card. It's kind of cute, but Lenora is on colour and water has plenty of ways to search backups. Palom makes sense because it's crossing between 2, and obviously the second ability is even worse because there's no Paloms you want to sack off. So this card's very bad. Very nice full art though. Jed needs to be filed away to use his ETB. What does this unit do? Wow, all that artwork for a common. When unit enters the field, choose 1 forward opponent controls, put it at the bottom of its owner's deck. It's a backup. Job Summoner, doesn't really matter. We're just playing that for EX Burst. Is Viridian still here? What do we think? 3 of? What's the point of this being card name unit? What's the point of wasting that artwork on this effect? Like, that's an active design choice. Like, that's wild. It's probably a 1 because of the waste. It's literally, yeah, yikes. Okay, Oracle. I'm just going to move all these down to 1 for what it's worth, actually, eventually. I have this one in 5, and it really shouldn't be. Just because when we go through them at the end. Raz, so we already spoke about the pirates. They select, at least it doesn't target, but they select. Its removal in Sky Pirates. It's a target, it's a very big deal that it's a target for Balthier. So Raz, because that's the thing as well, Elza is a 3. If Elza was a 2, it'd be monumental difference. But Raz is a 3 because the deck so badly needed another 2-drop. Yeah. Straightforward as that. Yeah, it's a 2-drop that kills, so it's actually a pretty significant buff for the deck. Might even be a 4, but I don't think Sky Pirates are going to get there and kind of help. Yeah. It's really annoying. I've been waiting so long for these full arts, because I knew these 3 would get full arts of this Ryoma Ito style eventually, and it took them bloody 29 sets. They're just so late. It's very frustrating. Maybe they just thought FF12 was going to be good without these, and it was like mediocre for 1 set. And then Riken, I mean, Riken is, the old Ricken's so bad, so it's like by virtue of being named Riken, it's good. So we'll put that one alongside Raz. Like, it's not that much better than Tamaj, it just is better than Tamaj. Like, why is it only during your main phase and only once per turn? I know it's a 2-drop backup, but like... The cycle's nice, but I just don't understand the 1k power in your main phase. Surely it wasn't too powerful, having a bit more flexibility. Alright. Lena! Oh, another one! Another full art. At the end of each of your turns, choose one job warrior of light forward you control, activate it. Bro, which is more wasted, the Yuna or the Lena? Probably the Yuna, right? The Lena's okay, because we've got plenty of nice looking Lenas. What's the point of this? Man, I'm really disappointed. This is the end of Water. Wow, this might be Water's like worst set ever. I've only got 2 Water cards in 4. None in 5. And the ones in 4 are weird. That might be it. The point of this card is it completes the Faris artwork. Yeah. I mean, sure. It could be playable alongside it though. Could do something with the Faris. Like, what's the point of this playing, you know, what's the point of Faris playing Lena? It does nothing with the Faris. Weird card. Pretty dry set for Water, huh? Nice. Right, the Bahamut we've spoken about, so this one, so the main thing is, this doesn't need to prime to do what it's there for, and what it's there for is to negate your opponent's first auto ability, but it's auto ability triggered from a forward. Obviously it'd be too good on a 4-drop generic card if you can just play it on turn 1 and it negates the first auto for free. But because it doesn't do that, it doesn't seem very good, because you can't really play it early. So when do you play it? And it's 4 CP, so it's like, yeah, it might negate the first auto, but how much value is their first auto giving when they get to choose it? If it was like, you know, it could choose to negate, and you can negate, you know, the Lusos and the Wall 7s of the world. But it's very easy to play Wall 7. You know, you're going to search Wall 7, you think, oh yeah, play Bahamut. Okay, if I really want to play Wall 7 next turn, I'll LB a card. Well, I won't LB a card because then I can't play Wall 7, but I'll play another backup, you know? It's like, very rarely is this card going to completely shut off Wall 7 in the way you would hope it would. And that's probably all it's really good for. And it just doesn't do a very good job of that, because the moment they play a second backup, it's useless. So it has to be, they've drawn one backup, they've played the one backup, added the Wall 7, don't draw another one, and then a kind of flailing about next turn. But even then, they can just wait a turn a lot of the time as well. Why does the second backup make it useless? Because if you're going second against Wall 7, I'm sort of basically comparing this card to Sid Randell a little bit, which doesn't really make sense because Sid Randell is just better in this argument. But they go Sarah FFL, search Wall 7, and Wall 7. They go to 4 cards in hand. You play Bahamut, next turn they draw to 6, so you can't... Oh, you can LB actually, no, you're right. Yeah, you can LB and just discard your hand. Even worse. But I was thinking if you just play a second backup, then you can LB a 3-drop the following turn. So you can play, like, you play your 3-drop crystal generator or whatever, draw a card, go to 5 in hand, next turn you'll just play Surges, target this, negate, use the other backup, play Wall 7, just win the game because your opponent's played a Bahamut. But yeah, it's even worse. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably 1. Yeah, it's just because it negates forwards, right? Sid Randell does that. But Sid Randell does that for also 4 CP. Just because it's got 6k, doesn't really matter. Obviously, Sid Randell dies to Vincent, but this doesn't. But, you know. Yeah. Really rough. Really, really rough. That's so pointless. When Dion primes, draw 2... Why did it not draw 2, discard 1? What's going on? It's got to the tail end of this set and it's just absolute bulk. Oh well. Medine. Medine cannot be cancelled. Choose one forward opponent controls. You may search for one light forward and remove it from the game. If you do, remove the treasure forward from the game. So there's another way to get around Ishtola in a sense, because it forces the target you want. Yeah, this is like, seems fine because you can not banish a light forward. It works, I guess, with if you want to remove the other legend Bahamut light forward from the game, so Clive gets its S ability. I think it is. I think it's good, but it's like, it doesn't feel great. It's it kills anything. It does it for 3 CP, and that's all it does. So therefore, it's not going to be that groundbreaking, because it also does it for every single colour in the game. So every deck can play this, and if you're feeling light on removal in your win deck, early game removal, you can just play Medine. And also, if you're playing 2 Citra, maybe in your win deck, and you draw the Citra and you draw Medine, you can remove the second copy from the game, just so you don't draw it on the next turn and brick up your hand. So I think from a wind point of view, this is probably okay in the early game for just getting rid of annoyances. And because you play Citra in that deck, if you need to remove something as well, you can do that. I'm not sure what other deck really cares for it. Maybe mono water as well in the early game can do something with it. Just any kind of backup focus deck. Like mono earth has Titan, so that's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's a 3. Might be a 4 because of just how playable it is. I just don't know if it's meta playable. Ice removal, yeah. Yeah, ice I feel... sometimes ice needs it. Like they play, remember they play a Zande or something. Something that like you have to dull and then kill because you're playing ice, perhaps. Normally you can just do that with playing Surges from the LB though. But I guess it skips a step. The brick might be annoying if you draw it when you just don't, if you just open with it. But that's light and dark cards for you, isn't it? Would have liked an EX on that card. Relax, bruv. Relax. Would you like any EX on this one as well? Choose up to 2 forwards opponent controls. You may search for 1 dark forward and remove it from the game. If you do, break the chosen forwards. If not, deal 8,000 damage to the chosen forwards. Basically the same thing. 2 extra costs for the potential to kill 2 guys. 8k is a nice sweet spot. I don't know. I'm trying to think how good this is. I'm trying to think how good this is if you're not playing any of the dark forwards. I think it's good with Seymour. Because Seymour, sometimes you end up in these positions where you like actually don't want to break, or you want to kill multiple things sometimes. So you can just reduce this cost instead and kill 2 things perhaps. There's plenty of decks that probably could play this alongside dark cards, and if you don't see the dark card early or the dark forward early, you can just banish it so you never worry about it later. I don't know if this is better than Medine. I think they're both like on the same level. I think they're both just nice cards to exist in the game. It is a Sephiroth remover. You're not wrong. That seems like hard work. But maybe. Most of the Dark Sephiroths are not really up to scratch these days. Remove a Kadaj. That's all very cute. Yeah, but I think on the baseline it's on the same level as Medine. And then we spoke about Odin earlier. I think Odin's far better than Bahamut. I think Barnabas is actually probably better than I'm giving it credit for, because Odin is good. And I think these 15 decks have ways to kind of circumvent the dead draws. And also, because you can just play this to kill a forward, is quite cool. It's not cheap, but it's better than it just sitting dead in your hand. So this is probably a solid 4. Because I think it's really good in the decks it's good in. And even when you draw it, it's not that bad. Shame it doesn't have an S ability. I think if it had an S ability, it'd probably be a 5. First Strike is underrated. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really... Only haste is ever going to really make my ratings of a card change, I think, points-wise. Right, we're nearly there, boys. We're nearly there. We've been... How long has this been? When did I start? 4.5 hours. I honestly expected to take about 5 hours with this, I'm not going to lie. So I think the fact that we've taken... Because I talk a lot, and I want to interact with the chat as much as possible. And it takes me around about 5 hours to write the articles anyway, a lot of the time, when I do them by hand, so... We're in the home stretch. Limit Break 2. When rain enters the field, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Add 1 category WAF character among them to your hand, and return the other cards to the bottom of your deck in any order. It's just like, I guess they're just throwing out these LBs. Like, they have so much space for LB in a set, like 5 or 6, there's like 6 to 8 card slots or whatever for LBs maybe. And then they're just like, okay, this is another category one for a category that's not very good. There you go. Limit Break 2 on this is probably the real killer. If this was LB1, it would be quite cool because it's kind of a threat on the board, and being able to play 3 in a game would really help out the WoF side of things. It doesn't really help that Lan gives Rain haste, but she kills herself to play the Lan, right? So right now, WoF's in a really bad spot. This really doesn't help very much because it takes away one of its best names. So this is just a 2 because it's fine. It could be a 1 because of the name. Dies to Vincent, correct. But if you have Go-Go, you can play 2 category WoF characters of cost 3 or less. Thank you. Seymour, I remember this one being alright. When Seymour enters the field, select one job summoner you control, put it in the break zone. When you do, choose one forward opponent controls break it. Your opponent discards 1 card. Yeah, so Seymour can just kill himself, and it's kill any dual forward opponent controls, and they discard 1. So it's basically higher investment for you. But again, like we said earlier, Ice likes the higher investment for the extra resource cost to your opponent a lot of the time, and it just does what Victoria doesn't do. It does what most LBs don't do. There are very few LBs that do this. Death Gaze is the only comparison, and Death Gaze only kills 5 drops. Obviously, this is probably wanting to kill 5 drops a lot of the time, but it's just going to exist in your LB deck. It's a good card. It's obviously competing with what many people think is one of the best forwards in the game. I can't really argue with that. But it's solid. LB2, kill a guy, and it says select a job summoner you control. It doesn't have to be Seymour. It can be a backup. If you've got a backup not being used, that's a job summoner. Braska makes it cost 1 less. Yeah, it's probably just a 5 because it's just a good generic card that's always there. And we could do with having at least 1 full row of 5s in this set. Wind Drake. The new 60p Una, because that's where she belongs. Yeah, and that's then... Yeah, so you play 3 Unas, you play 1 Una, kill a guy, then you play Seymour, sack Una, kill a guy, you play another Una, kill a guy. Wow! LB1, when Windrake enters the field, choose one character in a break zone and remove it from the game. When Windrake leaves the field, add the card removed by Windrake's ability to your hand. Enables... This is like really good as well, right? Very good utility on the card. Enables Kadaj plays. Is the 5th remnant, so to speak. Not as good as Edge by any means. Close actually. This costs 3. No, Edge costs 2 because you play Edge from your break zone. Yeah, okay, it's not as good as Edge. It's the 4.5 remnant. Yeah, it works with Sephiroth. There's just honestly, it's just the I just started 5 times. The effect of the card is already good. The fact that it enables synergies and there's no way to stop the effect. You can obviously negate the auto with something, I guess, but yeah, because it's when it leaves the field, doesn't matter where it goes to, and the art's absolutely lovely, very, very, very good. Yeah, that's. Is that a 6? LB cards is very easy to rate higher because LB cards are always there. It's an LB1, man. It's probably a 6. A 6 is normally game defining. I guess an LBs is a bit different. LBs are rarely going to be the game defining unless they're legends, unless they're Tidus. Like Tidus is a 6. Is this a 6? Therefore it's probably just call it a 5 and move on. Yeah, I really like that though. There's going to be a lot of times this card comes up. LB1 is probably a good enough reason that it's above. It's like 5.5, you know? Mika. Meister Wasteman. Yeah, if you put the M upside down, it's Waster. Yeah. When Mika enters the field, choose one forward it gains. If possible, this forward must block until the end of the turn. Wow! Oh, shit. That's a good card. Yo. That's a 5. Is that a 6? Genuinely? Is that a 6? If possible, this forward must block for 3 CP killer guy in the LB deck. I know it's like a few more steps than that, but bro, for 3 CP it's a 6. You might be right, especially for LB and LB. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That card's very good. Mika and Fire School would go hard. Yeah, that's a good point. It has other synergies. Yeah, that's a 6. That card's insane. It's also in one of the 4 colours of card name Warrior of Light. Very good mono earth LB. Yeah. You can literally just go, yeah, you just go Leo, Wall, Mika. What an insane turn. Wildcard's nuts. Now we get to the anti-Tory card. Oh no. Jack Garland. It's an LB Sopfo with lightning. Oh. Jack Garland is also a card named Garland in all situations. Wow, I had no idea. If your opponent controls a monster, Jack Garland gains haste. Jack Garland cannot be blocked by a monster that is also a forward. We say the anti-Tory card. This isn't very good. Like, it's okay. It's LB1. Okay, maybe it's better than I think. Like the fact that it's 10 LB for Una 28. I think I know what you're talking about because I was thinking about FF10 LBs. And was it that card? Oh, for this one. No, there was another FF10 synergy. I feel like with the... Because there was no 10 LB apart from Tidus. Oh, yes, Tidus. Of course. Tidus itself. Yeah, Una Lesso doesn't need to be... I guess, yeah, you can dull it. You can dull Mika if you have the absolute rubbish and you have Earth cards, I guess. But this, this Tidus actually is another reason Mika can be a... you can play it for 0 from the LB deck, which is, like, absolutely broken. Honestly, maybe makes this Tidus like an S tier card that they gave it such a good LB to play with. Man, Tidus and Mika, it's like if you have any other forward as well, like already in play, you play the Tidus, you 8k one thing with the Mika forces the other thing to block. Nuts. Very, very, very strong. Like, this makes the Tidus... Because it adds any backup to your hand. It doesn't have to be an FF10 backup. So it's actually just playable in every single water deck now. Wow. Wow, that Mika's absolutely broken. Okay. Cool. Right, Jack Garland is also a card named Garland. Your opponent draws a monster, he gains hit. Yeah, so being LB1 here is interesting because, yeah, he can't be blocked by monster forward, so you can just play him, attack for a damage. So it's like, it basically says if you're playing Lightning Element and you want to play 3 of this, you really want to be anti-monster, then you can kind of guarantee yourself 3 damage in that matchup, which is kind of cute. Yeah, I mean, it's a Sopfo LB. It's also named Jack, but it's Lightning, and it has no particular use for building the synergies with the other guys. So it's probably just a 3 because it's very difficult to make an LB shit. Oh, there's another FF10 LB Orin. Yeah, but I remember thinking, yeah, they made Orin, that's fine, but Orin sucks. So, but then they made Mika, bro. If you control a character turn 4 other than Orin, get Orin gains 2,000 power and brave. Yeah, I remember thinking this was good with Tidus. Anyway, it's weird because Mika exists. Orin's probably not great. I guess Orin with Una is better than Orin with Mika, right? Because you just if you're playing a water deck. So Mika's better with Tidus, Orin's better with Una, but Una and Gullwings are not really there. To be honest, he's a 10k LB1. He's no Beatrix, but he's pretty good. That's probably a 3, just because the category synergy is very strong still. And that closes out our list. Makes the 3s nice and even as well. Okay, right, we're not done here yet, don't worry. I'm going to go on until 10 PM at the very least. And then we're going to actually go to the effort of ranking our top tier. Which is, again, where I want you guys to get involved. some more because we only have 4, 10, 16 cards in the top 2 tiers. I'm not going to rate the 4s, it's just going to be the 5s and the 6s. Otherwise we'd be here probably even longer. Please save it. Yeah, I will do. We'll save it after we've ranked it, and then we can say, okay, this is MrCool and Twitch Chat's view of the Opus first impressions. And it's nice because then it feels like we're all involved, even though I'm an evil dictator. Near bottom, so you don't lose it all by accidental refresh. Yeah, I won't. If I do, then yeah, I'll jump off a bridge. Right. So let's start with the 5s, and we'll do the 6s last, so we can define what we think is the very best card in the set. Right. Can we see this on the stream? Probably need to. What if I full screen now? Yes, I can full screen now, and I'll suffer having to open, close and reopen Twitch chat. Where's my head? To be honest, didn't it make it any easier to see? I guess I can zoom in. Yeah, it's better, right? I'll get rid of this guy now. Laters. Lovely. Okay, so talk to me, guys. What do we think? You can tell me what you think is the worst of these. Probably the best thing to do. You can tell me what you think is the best. You can tell me what you think is definitely in the middle. So yeah, is that zoomed enough for everyone? Can everyone actually tell what these are? So we got in tier 5. We got Celes, Torgal, Mog, Benedicta. Oh, this Dragoon needs to go. Laters, loser. Benedicta, Dragon Zombie, Oren, whatever his name is, Sephiroth, Seymour, and Windrake. Notably, within these top tiers, we have 5 legends in 6, and we have 1 legend in 5. So we have 6 out of 14 legends, which is a pretty high number in the current Opus, for the cards to be that good. Yeah, get the Wind Crystal back out of there. My bad, guys. Dragon Zombie, most situational worst. Okay. I can keep moving them back around. I'm not going to take anyone as definitive until we agree as a communist society. LBs are funky. I don't mind putting LBs at like the end because they are their own entity. Which do you think is better out of Seymour and Windrake, actually? And we'll just have whichever one we think is best, closest to here. Seymour feels lower than the rest. Windrake's better. I'm inclined to agree. I think proactive plays are normally better than reactive plays. So yeah, I think that's the better one. Right, so we got 1 full up as well here. Does he place higher than all the rest of the cards because he's full up? Serious question. I really don't mind if the answer is yes, you know. Oh, this is a signature. Ooh, tough. You're not that high on Garuda Benedicta. Interesting. I mean, Benedicta as a 5 is weird because Benedicta's a 5 because Garuda's a 6. Oh, well, as in I'm placing Benedicta is not good without Garuda, but this is the best Benedicta and it's pretty damn cheap. So I'm okay with putting this also around the bottom, for sure. I think Mog is next worst after Dragon Zombie. Garuda feels like it can be broken. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to be honest, Benedicta can just kind of sit wherever. She's just like, when you pair the two together, it's hard to judge 2 cards that work specifically with each other, right? I guess Benedicta's also not bad because she's actually okay as a forward on her own as well. So especially, I think she's a rare. She's pretty good as a rare. So, we're saying Mog around here. Probably because it's more specific to warriors. We're just trying to see the more broken generic ones. It's interesting here. I think there's a lot of fairly divisive cards you can argue on here. Again, Oren is right with Shantoto, right? Without Shantoto, he's a bad card. So he's specifically good for getting Shantoto. I think because he's the least interesting, I will also just put him down here. Because he doesn't particularly do anything apart from get Shantoto. Just getting Shantoto is very, very good. You think that Celes is the best card in the 5s? I'm inclined to agree that she's in the top 3. Backups are cool. I mean, the fact that there is a backup in the top tier is good, even if it's just a backup that enables a forward. I think it's between Sephiroth and Celes, personally. I think Torgal's great. I think he's very annoying, but I don't think he's quite as like Celes and Sephiroth feel just very powerful lines of text for themselves. Torgal specifically requires support, specifically can only go in certain places, and competes with another card. So I think he's great, but he's a bit more difficult. Same with Mog. He's a bit more difficult. He's not that difficult, but he's a bit more difficult. He's not that difficult, man. X-Star's broken. Do you think Seth deserves the top? He's also the signature card. He does come full up. You're making excellent points, Sasha. You didn't even have to say them, and they were excellent. Celes, Sephiroth, Torgal, 7CP, Benedicta, Mog, Dragon Zombie. Seth top because signed. Look, I'm going to make the executive decision there that because Sephiroth is the signature card, I think he goes there. I think he's the most, within a vacuum, the easiest to rate because he cares about himself. And Celes cares about other things going on. So Sephiroth can realistically go in any deck that plays lightning cards. Celes can probably go in any deck that plays ice cards, but not every deck is going to want Celes specific. Like most ice decks, I think would, but not every single deck. And I think Sephiroth is high enough power level for lightning decks that I almost want to put him nearly anywhere. Maybe not MBM, but I also don't know if MBM's a deck still. So, but he's signed, so it doesn't really matter. Telluric Fury is a really, really good S ability as well, man. Really, really good. Break a guy. Ifrit Spitflare is insane. Telluric Fury is better. Very few things that Telluric Fury doesn't beat that Spitflare does, right? Sephiroth can't kill. Is it relevant forward Sephiroth can't kill? Probably not. Yeah, I think we're around that. And then we were saying between these guys, again, I don't think this is too important. We're saying Torgal's better than Mog? Torgal after Mog? As in, Torgal after Mog meaning Torgal left or right? Oh, you put it down here. So you think Torgal's better than Mog? New X-Death does not die to both, correct. I was about to say X-Death, and I was like, yeah, there's no point. He doesn't die to anything. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Do we agree? Looks like a solid lineup of the 5s. Did we think anything in 4 deserves to go in 5, by the way? I was going to ask that. I almost think with the new Terra, I almost think Shiva can go to 5. I kind of want to... I think Vincent is going to be higher. I think Luso is probably around there. If I was going to rate the top 5 4s, it probably looks like this. I think Sets is so interesting, so much fun. Sid Highwind I think is just generically very strong. Luso is a very cool build around. Like, it's very cool build arounds in a lot of these cards. That on things that you also couldn't really play before. You gotta go, Sag. Here are my 6. Mika, Zidane, Shantoto, Garuda, Cloud, Terra. Not so hot on Terra, huh? Think Odin is higher? Sure. Put Odin up here. Alright, let's move on to the 6s then. We've got 7 minutes until 10 PM my time, which I think is long enough to have made my wife wait for this stream to finish. I am fine with putting Mika at the top. But is it the most interesting card of the set? Probably not. I think if I'm going to put a 6 at the top, it has to be a very interesting card. And I think Zidane is not as interesting. I think Zidane's very powerful. I think it's one of these 4 that is the best card in the set. I think Mika goes in the same way that Seymour and Windrake do. That he's just on his own. He's just the best. He might be. He's top 3 LBs probably. he's not synergy specific. The synergy makes him very, very powerful, like beyond powerful, whereas, yeah, he's just very solid. I wouldn't give him the best card in the set, I think. Alright, we've got Terra fans, we got Garuda fans, we got Mika fans. Oh, no, you put Garuda last, right? Man. It's tough. Cloud is the card that scares me the most. Shantoto is the card I think I'm going to play with the most. 5 minutes. Garuda is the best solve for wind I think they could come up with to keep it competitive. I think they're all very, very good. Toto is making people reevaluate an entire archetype. When you say an entire archetype, you mean mages? If mages was an archetype before? What do you exactly mean by that? Yeah, mages. Yeah, I think it wasn't really a archetype. I think it's the most polarizing card. It's maybe the most difficult card to think about. You know it's broken, and you know it's going to sometimes just crush you because it's just because of all the other cards that exist around Shantoto's deck building space. Ultimecia being the main one. But Seymour, Ultimecia, Versdale itself being the engine. Yuka Oren searching her and playing her to the field and not being dull frozen by her effect. Like, without looking at the other legends, I would have said Shantoto, of course. I would have just been like, Shantoto is probably just the most interesting, powerful card. I think Cloud and Terra are very generically powerful. It depends how you evaluate sixes. I think it's always going to be a difference of opinion here. Because I don't think I don't think you can just slam Shantoto in everything. I mean, you can, but it's more effective when it's built around. It's more effective as a slightly tribal card. I'm going to mean, but Yoren and Hashmal look funny. Hashmal? The one where you declare a job. Oh, I see. Does Hashmal make is it just forwards for Hashmal? Probably is, right? Just forwards. Yeah, it's cute though. That's definitely not the worst use of Hashmal. Just a shame Hashmal doesn't draw a card. Okay, well, let's just pick Cloud for the art. Ooh, could allow it. They're all great art though. I kind of think it's Cloud as well though. I kind of think it's Cloud. Kind of think it's Shantoto. Kind of think it's Terra. It's very, very hard for me. Cloud, Terra, have... Oh, okay. Let's really break it down, right? Because I'm curious to kind of see if I can get this right. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, sorry, you probably weren't here the last few minutes. Mika, as an LB, it's hard to, like, it's quite easy to just put it at the front and be like, yeah, man, this is absolutely broken. By kind of just putting the LBs like by themselves, like here, Windrake and Seymour. It's like the best LB in the set. It's one of the best LBs in the game. It's one of the best cards in the game. It seems dull to put it here. It feels like these are more interesting. Which would you rather draw off the top of the deck? All of them. All of them seem very powerful top draw. In very many situations. Even Cloud, man. Like, you're on damage 3? And search left ear? It's very cheap. Cheap, powerful things. Obviously, you could just draw the left ear itself. I get that. I don't know, just the range of options. I guess Cloud has to find a target. Shantoto's honestly, it might just be the 2 Ice Legends. I think Terra would be the most unique top selection from you in contrast to the community. Ah, Is that a little challenge there, my friend, to say that? Ah, the community, Discord and friends. Discord and friends. Oh boy, I do think that Terror is a good card. Do think that Terror is a very, very good card. Oh man. You know what it is? It's playing the Shiva on a body. It's saying this Shiva is an 8k that dull freezes 2 characters on entry, and then later on, whenever you feel like it, also does these other lines of text. Yeah, maybe a way to generate a little conversation. You're right. I think I'd be happy with this top. It's funny. I put Kadaj as my best card of the last set. Hopefully also an Ice Legend. And a lot of people thought, Kadaj is not going to fit anywhere. The best place for it is going to be like Celtius and like Fire Ice Warriors to turbo out the remnants and stuff. And I just thought to myself, you don't have to get this card on line turn 2 for it to be good. There's going to be multiple points in the game where a recurring double discard with the also crystal bounce attached is going to be very powerful. Did I expect it to take on the guise of Icewind? No. Did I expect it? Did I think Icewind was that good when it first won the Materia Cup? No. I was wrong. I still rated the card correctly. Am I thinking Terror is like the opposite? And it's like I'm rating it super high now because I think it's super generic and broken, goes in everything, and it actually ends up going almost nowhere. I do think it's that good. Maybe Shantoto is too easy, but Shantoto is lovely as well. It's a full art. It's a full art, man. It's the card I was most excited about. It's the card that made me just want to sleeve up more Vestails and more Earth backups and more high cost cards and my full art Ultimishas, and that so much of that deck's full art, man. Actually, is it so much of it's full art? A lot of it's full art. Alright, I think I'm okay here. Yeah, they did a lot of Amano Legends this set, and they can't really make those Amano Legends full art off the bat, I guess. Have to save it for Legacy down the line. Only 306. Yeah, it's a contrast to, was it last set, where every single legend was a full art, right? Yeah, I guess it means that the legends that are full art are going to be pretty damn valuable. This Shantoto is going to be like $60 on release at least. I think I'll leave it there. Yeah, it's just gone 10 o'clock anyway, so I think that's me. You guys can agree to disagree. I think it's pretty close either way. It could be wrong, could be entirely wrong, and all of these cards... No, these cards are definitely very good. I'm going to say, like, can I get them all wrong? I don't think I can get half of these wrong. They're just a bit too good, and 5 of them are legends, so... Yeah, and one of them would be a legend if it, it could be. So, yeah, we'll go for that. Thanks very much again, Nindy, for doing the tier list. This is a much better way of doing it than just writing it on a docs. You are correct, for sure. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to save and download. MrCool and Twitch chats Opus 29 first impressions. And I think we'll put that on the X-Death page, and maybe put it in the Discord, see if the Discord can generate a little bit of buzz on my side. And because honestly, part of the thing of doing this is, it's nice to just spend 5 hours going over the set with you guys, but it's also nice to have the discussion afterwards before the set comes out, because the great thing is it's meaningless. If you're wrong, it doesn't matter as long as you're right when the events come around. So it's like playing a game that has no real winners or losers, and can ultimately just help people better evaluate cards initially. Because I also think evaluating cards well allows you to save a lot of your time. Not messing around if you are just keen to get to the kind of top of the competitive ladder, There's plenty of cards here that are great in decks that aren't going to be good, but I think these top kind of 15 cards are going to be some of the big shapers of the format for sure. Supposed to work on a video but spent 5 hours here, 100% well, thank you so much. appreciate that. I'm glad we could do this. And yeah, honestly, again, I do have a lot more free time to mess around with doing streaming again. It definitely won't be a consistent thing, but maybe when I feel like doing a video, I'll just live stream it. I can talk to you guys, and maybe I can go back and edit the video and trim it for YouTube for anyone who can't make the stream, or I can just upload it as it is. But yeah, this was a good fun time, and it's been an absolute pleasure with you all here, seeing some of the old faces and some of the new ones. Got to update the bio, 2023 champ. Oh, I guess it has been that long since I streamed, huh? Yeah, got to do all these things. Anyway, I will leave it there. You can all also, get back to whatever you were doing before this. Go and spend time with your families. Enjoy your evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. But yes, thank you so much for watching. Remember to stay cool, and I'll see you guys